y'all make sure y'all share this video and make sure y'all subscribe to All Viral Access Media. You know the vibes.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the sky. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain turned to power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black
Good evening, family. Hope each and every one of you are doing well. Birthright citizenship wasn't random. It came from the hard-fought struggle of foundational Black Americans after slavery. Today, we are seeing it used in ways that raise serious questions about intent and fairness. So the question in the conversation isn't just about policy, it's about history, legacy, and who that protection was originally intended for, and who it originally secures. So tonight, family, we're going to get into it. Buckle up, tell somebody to tell somebody. It's going down right here on Thorough Black Talk World View. While we wait for the team to get ready, Sister Marcia, Brother Black is running late. Tad is off this evening. Sister Brooke and Brother Divine will be joining us from the U.S. Freedmen's Project. Will be joining us as well. We got a lot to discuss. A lot is taking place in the next few days, especially here in New York. So I can't wait to get started. Shout out to Miss Wanda's Soul Food out in Bayonne, New Jersey. They had me and the fam and my swap sisters out there this past Saturday. We had good food, good conversation, and a great history lesson. And so I'm thankful that they invited me. Shout out to my cousin Tashima for putting the good word in. You know I love you, cuz. So tonight we're going to talk about birthright citizenship and how people are using it illegally for their own benefit and how it also hurts us. While I wait for Brother Blacksmith to get in here, I just want to show y'all a little bit of history of soul food and how it relates to our culture. Let's play this and we'll come right back.
Sunday dinners are more than a meal. They are a celebration of resilience, family, and hope. Each gathering is a testament to the strength that carries us forward. Imagine collard greens, cornbread, and black-eyed peas steaming on the table, each dish a symbol of overcoming, of dreams kept alive through generations. After emancipation, black-eyed peas stood for prosperity and survival, a quiet triumph, a promise that hope endures. Sunday dinner became the heartbeat of the week, a time to laugh, to remember, and to lift each other up, no matter what life brings. This is our legacy, feeding both body and soul, building a future rooted in love, unity, and unbreakable hope.
You know, I spoke about that a little bit while we were at Miss Wanda's on Saturday, because we have great traditions. And oftentimes people don't know the origin of those great traditions. And so, you find yourself doing things and, you should ask yourself, why do we do that? Why is it that we should be in the house before the street lights go off? Why is that? And it actually goes back to our time here in the early throes of the forming of the United States, some free and some enslaved. But while we get into all of that, get ready for all of that, I should say, let me give some shout outs real quick. Sister Aruba 927, Doggy Diamond TV, Mars, what's happening? Our sister Brooke coming in. The flamethrower. That's her nickname now, is the flamethrower. She be kicking ass, taking no prisoners. She'll be in a little bit. Big Russ, what up, fam? Philly in the building. What's happening? All the way to from the West Coast. Our brother Rich Nice. What's happening? Cali in here. Shout out to everybody. Golden Heart. Thank you. That song actually was produced by Mike Larry of All Viral Access Media and Milana James. So you can reach out to them for the whole album, Sister, one of TBT Worldview usual supporters and sponsors, I should say, of the show. Forgive me, family. I'm trying to read notes and text messages at the same time. Sister Farnessa, Alabama on the check-in. What's happening? Yes, indeed, family. We're going to get into it heavy tonight. It's about to go down. Uncle Jess, Aunt Marie, Brownsville finest. What's happening? Brooklyn, we in here. Heavy. So let's get into it. Sister Marcia, you ready? She needs a few more minutes. Sister Brooke, are you ready? She said no. All right, Marcia, Africans on the rise. Welcome to the Brooklyn Bridge. Hope you're feeling better, sis.
Oh, wait. Oh, shit.
Got to give her a few more minutes. Brother Black, are you ready? He's not ready yet. You good, Marcia? Welcome back, and I hope that you are feeling better. What's happening, sis?
Peace, family. Welcome back to the bridge. Hi, everybody. I miss y'all. I am feeling much better, but yet this weather is challenging.
Yeah, we done went straight back to winter.
Yep. Keep that oregano, keep your echinacea, keep everything going so that the system can stay in check, people. Because my system, it's on haywire, but good to see everyone again. Sister,
Yes,
how you been?
I'm good. It's been a real busy and eventful week for me.
Tell me about it.
It's been a lot, sis. It's been a lot. We're going to have to talk in the back channels.
Okay.
It's been a lot. It's been a lot. Brother Black, are you ready? He's not ready yet. We'll give him a few more minutes. But actually, I was in Bayonne, New Jersey last Saturday at Miss Wanda's Soul Food. If you ever get a chance to get out there, check her out. Tell her that Keisha and Swap sent you there. We had a good time, good history lessons. It was very eventful, and I was very much surprised because I didn't know that some of my Swap sisters would be there, nor did I know that my sisters, my family would be there as well. So shout out to Kim, Lisa, Denise, Tashima Tawa, yes, and Natasha. We was out there heavy. So that was a great surprise to see all of them out there. And we had a good time. Even young Pharaoh. Shout out to the grandson.
Okay.
Yes, and if you saw his recent video on an episode of Celebrity Substitute, he has over 1.5 million views.
Nice.
So we're going to get into it. Anyway, yes, it is. That's the name of her organization, Africans on the Rise. That is the name of Marcia's organization. She's an ally, sis. She's an ally. But we got to have allies.
Absolutely.
So, yes. So, Sister Brooke, are you ready before I get into it? Or should I go ahead? You ready? Sister Brooke.
Hello.
Our esteemed activist out of New York.
How are you? Hi, Sister Marcia. We missed you. Where you been at? I hope you're feeling a lot better.
I'm better. Thank you. I was traveling and then I got sick and now I'm back on the bridge. So it's all good.
Well, we're happy to have you back.
Thank you, sis. Sis, you're on mute.
Oh, me?
Sorry about me. I was on mute. Sorry about that. So yeah, we had a lot of things going on this week. And this weekend, in the next 5 days, Sister Brooke, we still got a whole lot of things to deal with.
Yes, we do.
Next 5 days. I don't know if you want to get into that right now, or you want to wait until later.
We can wait till later. Yeah, we don't have to do that right now.
Okay, so since this is Women's History Month, and we're going to talk about a brother tonight too. It's Women's History Month, but we do things how we want to do things on the Brooklyn Bridge, you know? So, but let's give some credit to this sister, and then we'll come right back and we'll discuss. Hold on.
If I told you the first black woman in the US Army wore a disguise and fooled everyone, this is Cath Williams' story. Born into slavery in 1844 Missouri, Cath Williams knew hardship from the start. The Civil War made her a cook and laundress for Union troops. No choice in the matter. But in 1866 she made her own choice. Cut her hair, bind her chest, and become William Cathay, the Army's newest recruit. Women weren't allowed to serve, but rules never stopped Cathay. She joined the Buffalo Soldiers, marched across brutal landscapes, and even fought off smallpox. 2 years of grit, discipline, and constant danger, all while hiding her true self. When her secret finally slipped out, the Army discharged her. No medals, no fanfare. But Cath Williams proved courage isn't about recognition. It's about defying the odds. She fooled the Army. She made history, and she left a legacy that no one can disguise.
I find that story very remarkable because, we come from a legacy of resilience, and by any means necessary, we will get it done. And so a lot of people don't speak about her often, and the role that she played in keeping this country intact, right? Because when it comes to the military, we have fought in every war since the American Revolution. And we have been the glue that have kept this country together. Even though we are looked upon with disdain, treated inhumanely, up until now, what's the day? March 19th, 2026, we still catching all kinds of hell. But, it's very telling to know the legacy and the history from which you came. And a lot of people should talk more about her. Sister Marcia, did you know anything about this great sister?
No, I think a few weeks ago or something like that, I saw that same video, and it was extremely interesting. And of course, everything is always hidden and then uncovered. And too often time, even though it's uncovered, we still don't sing their names as proudly as we should as a collective. So
yeah, I mean, a lot of things are often hidden, but in plain sight, right? And one of the things that I don't know, I just because maybe I love history so much that I can be walking down the street and I can notice historical markers, right? And speaking of my cousin Tashima, one time we were in Atlantic City. We were hanging out in Atlantic City for the weekend, and she was driving, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw this historical marker. So I'm like, stop the car, turn the car around, right? And she's like, what? I said, it's a Black history over here. Turn the car around. So she turned the car around. Not only was it a historical marker, but it's actually a small historical sitting park. And they have a lot of history. They have four huge columns with some historical references to the civil rights movement. And it's a nice park, maybe about 3 or 4 benches. But she was like, how did you see that? I don't know. Like, I guess because, it's in my DNA to just look for it, And I did that with my sisters when we were in Nashville, Tennessee. And we were in an Uber. I don't know where we were going, but we were in an Uber going somewhere. I'm like, that's a historical marker over there. That's a historical marker. And come to find out, that historical marker was a plaque about Samson Keever, who was Republican senator right out of enslavement, very wealthy businessman. And he actually sat as the chair of the Committee of Immigration. And so, with all of these immigrants coming into the country, nobody knows his name. But if it wasn't for him, working with the likes of Booker T. Washington, a lot of you wouldn't even be here. And so for all immigrants out there, you should get to know this man. But I want to talk about this brother, David Blackwell. I want everybody to know who David Blackwell is. Matter of fact, let me pull it down some. This is just my AI depiction of his image. But David Blackwell is an AI pioneer. Let me make this a little smaller. He is an AI pioneer. Now, those of you who caught in on that NVIDIA boom last year, where they split the stock to 10, and you got $1,000 a share or something like they gave away. So if you bought into NVIDIA back then, NVIDIA named the chip after David Blackwell. It's called the Black chip. And, a lot of people play around with AI today and don't even know this man or his name. and what he's done for artificial intelligence. He was born in 1919, groundbreaking American mathematician and statistician whose work helped to shape modern probability theory, game theory, Bayesian statistics. He is widely regarded as one of the most influential pioneers in mathematical statistics and a trailblazer in academia. Blackwell made foundational contributions to what is now called Bayesian decision theory. His work formalized how rational decisions can be made under uncertainty using probability, an approach now central to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and economics. And so now where you have a push for more students, in particular Black students, to get involved with STEM, it's important. You know, if you got someone at home who's into gaming, you should tell them about this man, because he developed things that is used today, whether it's in gaming or AI. And so he was very humble man. He didn't like to be called the first Black anything, because, you know, that's just the type of man that he was. I recently saw an interview with his granddaughter, and she talked about the greatness of her grandfather and how he had children of different ages. So let's say he had a son or a child that was 8 years old, but he also had a 15-year-old or a 17-year-old, and they would take road trips, and on those road trips, they would use the Green Book, right? Throughout the South, knowing where was safe for you to stay, eat, and the road you should travel. And, you know, he made that quite interesting. This is the tale from his granddaughter. But, you know, get to know David Blackwell and share that history with the people, because, you know, a lot of us today are using AI components, especially in streaming, stuff like that. We are using AI components. So get to know this man and share his story, right? I think it's very, very profound. You know, people talk about, what have you done? What have foundational Black Americans done for us lately? The arrogance and the rudeness of it. But here is a man that invented components that we all use today. I see our brother Devon, the U.S. Freedmen Project president, in the background. You ready, brother? Brother Devon, the U.S. Freedmen Project president, up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Good evening. Good evening. This is ladies' night, so don't let. Thank y'all for allowing me to crash the party.
We got Brother Black. We got Brother Black. Black, you ready?
Oh, we come. Okay, good. Okay, good.
There you go. Because you were slipping in and out, Black. I couldn't see you.
There we go. What's going on, Brother Black? Hey, Sister Brooke. Hey, Sister Marcia. We missed you last week. And as always, my big sister, K-Fighter Keisha's in the building, holding down the bridge. Like the like she in the toll booth. You understand? nobody gets through without paying your fare.
Glad to have you, Black, with us, brother. We got a lot to discuss tonight, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Well, Brother Black, you got any little gems for us tonight before we get heavy into this birthright citizenship?
Not really. I mean, that was a big thing when Trump announced it, that was for, you know, ADO's FBA and so on and so forth. I posted I was sending you the links around that time when he announced it, maybe a year and a half ago ish, maybe right after he got back in office, and he was saying it distinctly, and that was maybe soon after. You know, you've always talked about FBA and FBA issues and things that's happening in the community, but that was when it started. You know, when Tariq started really talking about it a lot, and then it became a thing. And so definitely I'm loving that. And like I always say, and Brother Divine even said it once a few months back, that, you know, he's doing a lot of the work, a lot of the heavy lifting for FBA and making the environment possible. You know, if you want to take it as MAGA, you know, not on that Republican racist thing, but, you know, as far as being American, I mean, he's showing improving in that regard, you know, from my purview. So, let her rip, you know. Let's start with the show. Unless y'all got a question for me or something like that.
Well, actually, you know, I had mentioned a couple of episodes ago that, you know, this whole thing with Iran, though a lot of people are pointing to is not real, as being the pedal pushes for this, though they are benefiting from it, is wholeheartedly President Trump. And that is because not since Roosevelt, or as when he came into office, Henry McKinley, that U.S. presidents have been focused on Americans. And when you focus on Americans, it rubs a lot of people the wrong way. This whole thing with the tariffs, and y'all can Google this, all right? Shout out to Mississippi in the building. What's good, what's good, what's good? And Crooked Letter, what's happening? Glad to have you with us up on the Brooklyn Bridge, Delta Roots. But, you know, I want you to look or research, where does the UK economy comes from? Because they really don't have an economy. They fleece others under the monarch, right? Everybody kicks up taxes to them. And so when Donald Trump came in and he said, you know, at the G7 meeting when he first came in, not this term, but his first term, he said, these people aren't doing anything for us, that we are not benefiting from anything that they do. In fact, that they have been fleecing America for quite some time. And so in this term, he decided to enact tariffs on many countries who are in industrial production or consumer production. And one of the biggest was China. And then, you know, those in the G clique, he started taxing them too. And now y'all can Google this. You know, you don't have to believe me. But one of the main reasons for him doing that is so that we, the citizens of the United States, can no longer pay income tax, employment tax, none of that. And you can Google it. He wanted those tariffs to do away with taxes, because when we started kicking up taxes back then, and Brother Black mentioned this as well, the UK been getting paid heavy, been getting paid off of our backs. And he said, I remember while he was campaigning, that US citizens should have more money in their pockets, that if they live better lives with more money in their pockets, they would be better citizens. And he said, why are we paying into the tax system when we no longer need it? 100 years ago, we needed it. But because we are so used to doing things, we're afraid to break from that mode. And then he got a lot of pushback from the Democrats and some Republicans because of the tariff push on these consumer industrial nations. And I wanted to know why. Why would they push back on this president who wants to eliminate taxes from the citizens? That's when I began to find out that a lot of these countries are bankrolling campaigns for a lot of these politicians. A lot of them. getting foreign money from Colombia, from Britain, from China, all over. And you have to ask, why would foreign entities, business or government, fund U.S. politicians? That led me to the book, The Invisible Coup. And baby, when I tell you, that book is telling, it is telling. I'm going to play a couple of clips from it in a few minutes, but I know Sister Brooke checked out the book. If you can, let the people know your take on that book, The Invisible Coup.
That's a book that every American needs to read. Black, white, purple, don't matter. Every American, they call us red blood. Every red-blooded American needs to read that book to hear how they have been, how other people have been infiltrating our systems, just the insidious nature of it, from Mexico to China to all of the Central and South American nations, how they've been able to do that, funded by Russia. It's amazing, and how this delineation movement really has put. Now, the book didn't say that, but this is what I'm gathering from it. The delineation movement really did put a monkey wrench in that plan, because they assumed that, because of the religion that, like what President Devon calls the religion of Pan-Africanism, that had got us, or it had us in a chokehold for a little while, making us believe that this country is not ours, making us believe that we are separate and apart from this land. They assumed that we would go along with the coup. And so, it's just, like I said, that book is just extremely eye-opening. I'll wait till you start playing clips, and then I'll go, deeper into some of my thoughts and stuff like that.
Cool. Brother Devon, were you able to check out that book as yet, or no?
Nah, not yet. That's definitely one of the books that's up next on my reading list. Sister Brooke has, shared enough of what she's read to make sure that I understand how imperative the knowledge in that book is to, what we're doing, even though it may not sound like or look like it has a direct correlation because of the things and the tactics that are being used at this point in time against us. And like she said, just the process of what I call denationalization of foundational Black Americans. All of it is, again, politically, what I've come to understand in this movement at various different times in it, based on various different experiences, is that none of this stuff is happening in a vacuum. I remember, and I'll land here, I remember watching that show, I don't know if anybody else has seen it, called Manifest. And as I was watching Manifest, one of the taglines of all the characters in the show, as they would continue to unfold what was happening to them, was that it's all connected. And the longer I'm in this fight, and looking at all the tools that they use to weaponize against us, you start to see that it is all connected.
Yes, indeed, brother. The name of the book is called Invisible Coup by Stephen Schweitzer. And yes, The Invisible Coup, that is the name of the book. And you can get it on audiobook as well. Sister Brooke put the link in the chat for y'all. Peter Schweitzer. Definitely worth a listen or a read, because, immigration, no matter where it's from, is harmful to foundational Black American, and it was used or is used to throw a monkey wrench into the success of foundational Black Americans. And it is also used as an erasure of our history and legacy, right? So when people come in And let's take Lower Manhattan, for example, right? You have connecting neighborhoods, Chinatown, Little Italy, and Soho, right? All of these neighborhoods literally connect by streets, right? And so that is what, those areas are known by, those names. Greenwich Village, they are renamed. But as I showed in, 2 episodes ago, that area, all of it, was named Land of the Blacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody knows that history. Nobody talks about that history. It's like we never existed, that we weren't the founding families or some of the founding families of New York and Brooklyn in particular. So we're going to play this clip or a couple of clips from Invisible Coup, and Sister Brooke put the link in the chat, and y'all can check it out at your own leisure, okay? Hold on for a second. Here we go.
The Invisible Coup, released January 20, 2026, argues that U.S. elites and foreign governments are deliberately using immigration as a political weapon to reshape demographics, influence elections, and undermine sovereignty. The book has already sparked controversy, with Schweitzer alleging practices like birth tourism and coordinated influence campaigns by countries such as Mexico and China. Overview of the book. Title: The Invisible Coup: How American Elites and Foreign Powers Use Immigration as a Weapon. Author: Peter Schweitzer, known for investigative works like Clinton Cash and Red Handed. Release date: January 20, 2026. Publisher: Harley Collins. Format: Kindle, hardcover, audiobook. Key arguments. Immigration as a weapon. Schweitzer claims mass migration is not just humanitarian, but strategically engineered by elites and adversaries abroad. Birth tourism. He highlights alleged exploitation of U.S. birthright citizenship, particularly by Chinese nationals, estimating that this could create up to 1 million new voters by 2030. Foreign influence. The book alleges that Mexico uses consulates, education programs, and migrant outreach to exert political leverage inside the U.S. Elites' role. American political leaders, NGOs, and even cartels are accused of facilitating immigration flows for political gain. Key themes. Demographic change. Immigration is framed as a deliberate tool to alter the U.S. electorate. National security. Schweitzer argues foreign governments view migration as a way to weaken U.S. sovereignty. Elite complicity. He accuses U.S. elites of prioritizing political advantage over national interest. Controversy. The book has been endorsed by figures like Donald Trump, fueling partisan debate. Risks and criticisms. Polarization. The book's framing may deepen political divides over immigration. Selective evidence. Critics argue Schweitzer often uses anecdotal or partisan sources, raising questions about balance. Policy implications. If taken at face value, the claims could influence stricter immigration policies and debates over birthright citizenship.
So just so that you have a bit of a framework, how immigration is problematic for us here in this country, right? I'm going to play another clip in a few minutes, but when he talks about how policy is being changed to benefit both legal and illegal immigrants, because it doesn't matter, legal or illegal, it's problematic for us here in the United States. Another book that you can check out is Back of the Hiring Line by Roy Beck. That book is also very, very telling. And I'll try to play some clips from that as well. But policy, as it relates to giving legal and illegals a leg up. You all can research or check out episode of about a month ago when we talked about Office of the New American and how this apparatus is used to push through legal and illegal immigration into the country, getting folks driver's licenses, CDL licenses, fast tracking loans for businesses, getting them bank accounts, assisting in housing, assisting in medical benefits, all of these things for both legal and illegal immigration. And at the same time, you will have folks, and it doesn't matter the ethnicity, you will have these same folks who tell us that we are lazy, that we don't take advantages of the opportunities given to us. You know, I know people who receive all types of free medical benefits, you know, that I can't get, you know, but they get. And so these things are problematic. And so it took me on a deeper dive into these politicians and who's funding them, right? AOC has a very direct connection with Colombia, with Venezuela, to the point of receiving funds for her campaign. And this, I think, what was it? The former mayor, Eric Adams, was outed for receiving funds from foreign nationals out of Turkey. And so these things are severely problematic. And this is what the book, The Invisible Coup, goes deep into, because people are not capable of going against the U.S. militarily. And so they are using immigration as a form to take hold of this government and take hold of the resources. There are people who are in Congress, in the Senate, in your assembly, and in your city council who are first generation, who are advocating for resources for their particular ethnic group. They are sitting on committees. How the hell did Yvette Clarke get to be head of the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus? And this is, and she has programs specifically for other groups. But when asked about tangibles specifically for foundational Black Americans, they give you nothing but benign neglect and foolish commentary, right? We were on a Zoom a couple of months ago that was hosted by Yvette Clarke. Hakeem Jeffries was on the Zoom call. The head of the Democratic National Convention out of New York was on that call, actually trying to teach people how to break the law to help keep illegals in this country. How is it that the city council is trying to tell people how to break the law? Yeah, get your head busted and you go to jail. Telling illegals how to secure their property that they should not have in the first place in this country. I found all of that problematic. So I see Sister Brooke is itching at the bit. Let's go to Sister Marcia first, and then we'll go to Sister Brooke. Sister Marcia, your thoughts on what is happening, because, you know, Dr. Claude Anderson said that everybody is going to be against Black folks, Native Black folks in this country. What are you seeing, and what are some of your feelings on this? I think she's frozen. Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
It looks like it.
Yeah, we'll wait and see if she can fix it. Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
Ooh. So, I also wanted to add that another person that got caught funneling money to campaigns was Prize from the from the Fugees.
That part.
He went down for funneling money from the People's Republic of China to the Obama administration. Okay, people forget that. They really tried to sweep that under the rug. Like if a hip hop artist, somebody who is a guest in our culture, using his influence to funnel money into another guest in our culture campaign. I want to make sure that is well known, because they really try to cover that up. I don't know. You want me to keep going, or you want to let Marcia go? Because you know,
yeah, we're gonna let Sister Marcia.
Let's let Marcia go.
But she said no. I saw Mommy walk through the camera early too, Marcia. Tell her I said hello. So go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Some of the things that I just remember off the top of my head, right, was the fact that they were talking about how that we don't think about. Okay, one, Mexico, the country of Mexico, is very much has a grudge against the country for that war. They feel that even though they legally sold parts of the country that they didn't even have ownership of for very long. What I think the states are California, Wyoming, Arizona, Nevada, Texas. Those are the ones I can name off the top of my head. And they feel that those states should belong to them. They feel that, I forgot the name of the Mexican leader who was the president at the time. They feel that he was an embarrassment to them for selling those parts off. And it is their goal, their mission in life, even though their current president does not have a Hispanic last name. Her name was Sheinbaum. That's her name. Okay, exactly. I didn't want to say that. Come on, Brother Black. You gotta get YouTube friendly language, right? You gotta use YouTube friendly language. But yes.
Kazar.
Okay, I don't know how YouTube feels about that one.
I'm gonna put Black on mute. Go ahead, Brooke.
But yes, her name is Sheinbaum, because to me it's obvious once I say her name. Her name is Sheinbaum. Okay, and what you gonna tell me that ain't her name? Her name is Sheinbaum. She's the president of Mexico. How that work, I don't know. Not a Perez, not a Martinez, not a Hernandez. It's a Sheinbaum. They feel that as they are paying for their citizens, the Mexican citizens, to come to the U.S. in droves. They are paying for their citizenship. They are paying for their travel. We were wondering, how are these people paying to get up here? Because the Mexican government is paying for it. Now, the book did not go into this, but as I was reading it, I thought to myself, if you get enough Mexican citizens in these states, they can, and especially and they get into political power, they can then vote to secede from the Union. And that in itself is insidious. Like, they don't have to fight a war. They don't have to kill a soul. All they have to do is get enough citizens there and vote to secede. Now, that might spark a civil war, you know what I'm saying, once they vote to secede, because, you know what I'm saying, no way we're going to let it just go like that. But this is part of their plan. Something else that I remember just off the top of my head, I'm sure I'm going to remember more as we keep going, was the fact that they're not doing any checks. They're not checking people, you know what I'm saying, their backgrounds. They don't know where they're coming from. You know, a lot of human traffic people are coming in, and you know, they're doing what they do. But one of the things that happened was when they decided that they were going to start before they started giving them IDs without any checks or balances, there was a city that the mayor of that city allowed them to use their Mexican IDs, which have no checks. Would you like to know who that mayor? Because that was so interesting to me. Would you like to know who that mayor was?
Spill it.
Oh, it was dirty down, low down Willie Brown, lover to Kamala Harris, the same one who put Kamala Harris in place to do what she was intended to do, but we stopped her ass. So we got low down Willie Brown, allowing illegals to use their previous state ID in the city of San Francisco.
That is true.
It's crazy when you start getting into like who did what. And I've talked about this on a couple of lives. The fact that initially this started because they wanted to bring in the Democrats wanted to bring in voters. And we're talking as far back as the Clinton administration.
Woo! You're going right to where I need to go. Go ahead.
We talking as far back as the Clinton administration. They have been bringing these people in to be Democratic voters. But here's the thing. They are only Democratic voters for the first presidential election that they are in the country. Because once they be here 8 years, they then flip and become Republicans. So then the Democrats got to bring a whole new crop. And this is why we have this continuous open door policy of illegals, because they keep flipping administrations once they get in. Once they get here and they become legal, and even when they're not legal, we seeing that right now. Even when they're not legal, they flip and become Republicans.
That's right.
So the Democrats are constantly bringing in more of these people to try to basically secure that. Now we see why the Democrats kept winning certain elections. Not because they had the voter base, but because they keep bringing these people in over and over and over again. And I'll land there for right now. You know,
told y'all she was going to throw flames. But just in case y'all don't believe me, in places like Chicago, New York, all of these sanctuary city places, U.S. Customs have intercepted many fake driver's licenses by the thousands that are coming in. High volume shipments in one 14-day period. Custom Border Patrol officers in Louisville seized 7,708 counterfeit licenses. In another instance, 743 fake IDs were seized in 2 weeks at O'Hare Airport in Chicago. This is what's happening in Cincinnati, all of these places. And so you ask yourself, how is it that, these politicians ain't speaking on this stuff? And I play this a couple of weeks ago for those who forgot.
And for those who didn't believe us when we said that it was happening.
Allowing illegals to vote in these sanctuary cities. Now, this investigation was done in New York.
In New York, right?
New York. And so you wonder why certain cities are filled with so many immigrants as politicians, and why you're not getting tangibles, why you getting taxed out the wazoo. Because here in New York, Brooks' favorite mayor, Zohran Mamdani, is about to tax us up to the heavens. And for all of you who voted for him, I hate your guts.
I hate your guts.
I hate your guts.
You just said that was Brooks' favorite mayor.
That's
love to hate.
Bronx. That's why he's from the Bronx. He don't know no better, y'all. You gotta say, like your grandmama used to say, bless his heart. He don't know no better. But they are voting illegally, and that's why you have such an influx of illegals coming in, because Black Americans are tired of holding up everybody. And they couldn't take it. You see, Kamala lost with over $1 billion in her campaign trough. She got nowhere. Recently, city girl Sassy Jasmine Crockett, she thought she was gonna make it too. I always told y'all on this platform, we are the glue that holds all of this shit together. And since the last 8 years, we've been pulling back. Say no more. We will let this sucker crumble to the ground before y'all continue to eat off of us. But before, should I play this clip now, or could I go back to something else? There's something else I want y'all to see. Let me play this clip, and we'll come right back.
Before, you were about to accept my voter registration form, even though I told you I was a green card holder.
I'm just a green card holder. So you're not going to report me if I do this, because
No. We accept anything that comes over the counter. We have people coming here and they have legal situations and they register, they weren't a citizen, boom, boom, boom. So
how often do things like that happen? Right now, I'm in front of 200 Varick Street in New York City, New York, and inside this building on the 10th floor is an office of the New York City Board of Elections. Now, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to pose as a non-citizen Canadian green card holder.
I'm a green card holder from Canada.
And I'm just going to see how far I can get in the voter registration process. So let's see what happens.
So I talked to a gentleman before and he said he could help me with registering to vote. It's my first time. So what do I have to show you guys?
everything you fill out, you're swearing on affidavit that everything you're putting down is true, and that's it. Can I have a seat, fill it out?
Oh, got it, okay. I'm a green card holder from Canada.
Okay, yeah, you gotta be a citizen. I wouldn't fill it out.
You wouldn't fill it out?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be a citizen to fill it out.
Notice that he doesn't tell me it would be illegal to complete the application as a non-citizen, only that he doesn't recommend it. From here, things get even more concerning.
The reason why somebody told me that they were a green card holder and that they came in and then they submitted and they were good.
We can't stop you from submitting the application, and if it goes through, but most likely, because they don't do like a full background check, but once in a while, you know, we have people who come in here and they have legal situations and they registered, they weren't a citizen, boom, boom, boom. So
this is a direct admission that non-citizens are in fact registering to vote, something that many claim is a conspiracy theory.
All right, here's the deal, to be honest.
Shout out to Sister Pat, UAM Finest in the building. But we knew back in 2013 that funny business was going on. Funny business. And those of you Black folks who love the Democrats, let me show you what they really think about you so that you are not confused. Okay?
Carry with you
hot sauce.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Are you getting information right now?
Hot sauce.
hot sauce in my bag, Swag?
Hot sauce.
Really?
Yes.
Now listen, I
yes.
just want you to know people are going to see this and say, okay, she's pandering to black people.
Okay. Is it working?
Yeah.
You got more questions. I'd tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump and you ain't black.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them.
Is agreeing to voter ID one of those compromises that you'd support?
I don't think that we should underestimate what that could mean, because in some people's mind, that means, well, you're going to have to Xerox or photocopy your ID to send it in to prove you are who you are. Well, there are a whole lot of people, especially people who live in rural communities, who don't, there's no Kinko's, there's no Office Max near them. People have to understand that when we're talking about voter ID laws, be clear about who you have in mind and what would be required of them to prove who they are.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech.
No, she has to go. What's something that you always carry with you?
They say y'all too dumb. They think you stupid. They think you stupid. And, you know, peace be upon my cousin Reese. He used to say, you know, they come around with a lot of jive talk. You know, remember that show, Showtime at the Apollo? Peace be upon Kiki Shepard, who just transitioned.
A beautiful
Apollo legend. And the beautiful, yes, actress extraordinaire who transitioned a few days ago. But it used to piss me off when someone of another persuasion would get up there and sing and got a half a note and the crowd would go crazy. That used to piss me off to no end. Let some Asian dude get up there and start singing. The crowd go crazy. Some Caucasian dude, the crowd go crazy. This is why they come to you with foolishness. No tangibles, foolishness. And for all of you city girl idiots who are out there saying, vote for Kamala, she's one of us. Where? She's East Indian and Irish. So says her parents. So says her family members. And y'all fell for that. Oh, she went to HBC. I don't give a damn who she went. That slut is not for us. And I can say that because she laid on her back to get where she is. Ask low down Willie Brown.
And her knees.
So, where is your moral compass? And when I seen, you know, and she tried to pull every trick out in the book. Empty concerts with Megan Thee Stallion, you know, collard greens in the bathtub. On top of you ain't black, you're nasty too. You're nasty. You ever wonder why she don't use her married name? Now go research that.
Another shine bomb.
And come back and tell me. Come back and tell me. But
can I spill the beans, Sister Keisha?
Say again.
Can I spill the beans?
Go ahead.
His wife, excuse me, her husband. First of all, it's rumored that her name is Kamal, and he's a man. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just saying for the consumption of those listening. But her husband got on his first wife, cheated on her with the help, got her pregnant. She got a son from
the babysitter.
Yeah, a nanny, whatever. You know, one of them people. I'm done. You're on mute, sis.
Allegedly. But it's not allegedly she was with low down Willie Brown. She admitted to that. You know, parading around with Montel. Since when do whores gain favor? 620. You see? And all you city girls who's up there clapping her up. That's why we suffering today. Because you don't have a moral compass. You don't have a moral compass. But I'll get off my soapbox. Anybody want to jump in here before I move on?
Yeah. Kamala was also, look, I did, now this doesn't go for all of them, but Kamala Harris was also an AKA. And look it up. I'll find it while we, you go to the next thing. But the AKA specifically, the chapter leader was on, went to jail. I'm not sure if she went to jail, but I know she was convicted. I don't know what sentence they gave her, but she was convicted of running a prostitution ring with the new sorors. So people could pay for the admission to becoming a soror. So prostitution within the AKAs has already been proven. And she was outsourcing the new recruits to prominent businessmen, like low down Willie Brown, like Montel Jordan. So what I don't understand is, as a woman who worked in corporate and who have had women, I didn't like Kamala from the time go, because she reminds me of that woman when you're working in corporate and you're smart and you're doing your job and you're capable. But you got this woman on top of you who been on the couch of every boss on top of her and on top of you as far as, the structure is concerned. And now she think that she can wag her finger and tell you what to do because she been on her knees and on her back and not in her books and don't have no brains. But now I got to either train her or just listen to her babble with her stupid ass. Don't make no sense. She don't know nothing about nothing. But now she's my boss. And that's what Kamala Harris reminded me of from the word go. And I couldn't stand her. And then I started learning more about her and how dumb she was as a prosecutor. This woman probably slept her way through law school. With all the with the you know what I'm saying, with all her professors and all of this kind of stuff, because you should hear what some of the judges was telling her, or judges was telling the people in her employ.
That's right. Come on,
to your boss before I embarrass her. That's what they said. Because you know who else I did a 6-hour live on? Kamala Harris. Her family. Her record, what she did in San Francisco, how she pooped on the black people in San Francisco and then turned her ass to them.
That's right.
How she treated us in San Francisco. How she sat there and there was a person that worked for her, that worked in the lab of the crime unit. That person's sister. Called them and told them, look, my sister's on drugs. You shouldn't trust her. And they still let her continue sending black people to jail. And then the judge had to come and be like, okay, well, are you going to revisit these cases? She said, no. The judge had to make her revisit these cases. And this is Kamala Harris. This is a disgusting, despicable woman. And y'all sit here and let the fact that she pledged AKA, which was her in, because Willie Brown looked at her as exotic. That's why he had her on her arm, had her on his arm. And then when she couldn't get, as she was starting to age out, that's when they set her up with that husband you was talking about, Black. Because he was an entertainment lawyer. And matter of fact, y'all should see the two women. You should see the wife and the babysitter. They look alike. Ugly as hell. They look like Miss Piggy. A skinny Miss Piggy. Them some ugly broads. So when he saw Kamala, he said, whoa, I hit the jackpot. Even as old as she was at the time. So, and then one more thing I want to say, because you put Hillary in that video, and I love to talk shit about Hillary. Hillary is supposed to be the queen, the king of the feminists, right? Right now, her husband is being ran, his name is being ran through the mud over these Epstein files. And what is she doing while y'all sit here and say you don't need no man, you don't want no man, the men ain't shit. She gonna stand by that piece of shit Bill Clinton until the day she dies. This man has embarrassed her internationally in front of the world, sticking all kinds of cigars and everything else up in places where they shouldn't go. And the whole world knew. And she knew too. And she stood by her man. She didn't let y'all she ain't getting no divorce. When her and Bill Clinton first got together, she was a hippie. She had long hair, long dark hair, and glasses. But the people, the women in Arkansas didn't like her. And so she had to change her entire image. You see what she did for her man? She changed her entire image so that he could get elected and she could be his wife. She dyed that hair blonde. She got rid of those glasses and wears contact lenses. And the whole pantsuit thing happened because somebody took a picture of a dress. So she changed her whole image for a man. And so I just want Black women to understand when you are sitting there taking cues, because didn't she have Meg Thee Stallion in the garden talking about wet WAP? She's sitting there embarrassing herself, talking about hot sauce and whatnot. This woman will do anything for Bill Clinton. Even now, you can't see. At one point, you could be like, oh, well, she didn't want to get rid of him because she wanted to be president. She ain't got no chance of being president now. And she still won't let you talk bad about her man. You should have seen her in her testimony. Bill Clinton was nicer, and that's always the case. Bill Clinton was nicer to them people who was dragging his name through the mud than she was. She was hot in the mug. Don't you dare talk about my man. She was ready, okay? Her neck was popping and rolling around as they was trying to talk about her man. She don't let nobody talk about her man. And I just want Black women to understand, when they sitting there and you're telling you and trying to convince you to get rid of your man because he had indiscretions, and I'm not saying that's right, they ain't getting rid of this. And I'll land there.
Sister Brooke did your homework for y'all. You see that? And you can follow her on YouTube so you can watch that 6-hour expose. Not only did she cook Kamala, so did Candace Owens. Cooked her whole entire family.
Yep.
The whole family.
Oh, can I say something right there when you get a chance?
You got it, bro. Go ahead. Go.
Yeah, man. So, and I just put a bow on what Sister Brooke was saying, because that's the exact point that I was going to segue into. You can kind of understand the actions of a Hillary Clinton, except there are no more elections to run. And so for you to try to blame it on, well, it is still politically expedient for her to have ties to this man. No, that ain't it at all. It is the hypocrisy of feminism. And that is just yet another tool of white supremacy and how it's weaponized against our community, our people, to destabilize the momentum that we have had at the moment it was introduced. And now they're doing the same thing, continue to do the same thing with immigration as we continue to have the momentum in this new and latest renaissance. But the good thing about us, especially this current crop that are helping to push this renaissance forward, is that we have learned from the mistakes of the past.
And
And
we
we are
gonna
well
hold on
prepared.
to our men.
And we are well prepared for any future attacks that they might cook up because we're built like that. And so I'm excited about what's to come. But to go to back to Kamala Harris, I would say she is the prototype, but she is a copy of, in my opinion, of the most devastating prototype when it comes to what a tether is and how they come in as the Trojan horse and destroy our community. And that is Barack Hussein Obama. He was the prototype for the modern day tether and what they are paid and instructed to do by the power structure. And so one of the reasons why I got into this fight, roughly around 2019 was that Democrat primary where Kamala Harris was running and you had damn near every Democrat on the board running based on what happened in the previous election where all of the flaws of Hillary were exposed against Trump, where the flaws in the system on how a Roland Martin that claims to be the voice of our community snuck questions into Hillary and danced a jig with Hillary for the Democrat Party, but then pretends to be a champion of foundational Black Americans with his Haitian ancestry, I might add. He's on that tether list as well.
Don't forget about Donna Brazile. She did the same thing.
100%.
Sure did.
And she was his accomplice, his co-conspirator in that. 100%. But when we get to Kamala Harris and her time in California, understand what happened during that primary. And now is my introduction into this space. So it's something that we had a huge hand in making sure and exposing her online for the tether that she was, even though the term tether at that time didn't even exist. But the concept did, the way in which they moved did. And so it's the same old game. And Kamala Harris was the first Asian and Indian everything prior to that primary.
Mm-hmm.
Not a word of this imaginary of African descent or whatever they're trying to claim she is to have her have some stake in quote unquote blackness even existed. It wasn't even in the lexicon. But when she announced that she was going to run, she ran to Howard and announced on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. weekend. And so that was the foundation of the tethering, because she knew running as herself, she didn't stand a chance. What she didn't know is that a burgeoning renaissance was afoot. In the same year that she decided to bring her East Indian ass out and claim to be Black and run. And so we exposed everything else. On top of all the corruption that Sister Brooke laid out, I want y'all to remember this name and look it up, because it's a story that usually falls in the cracks. And that name is Matrice Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
M-I-T-R-I-C-E Richardson. She was a young woman that got arrested, might have been having a mental crisis or breakdown, and she was taken into police custody in a precinct that was rife with corruption. And her family called and said, we'll be there in the morning. Don't release her, because where she's at is nowhere close to home. It was like up in the hills in California. I don't know all the exact areas, but it's kind of like where the rich white folks are at. And they told her that they told the parents that they wouldn't release her. They released her anyway in the dead of night. They said she had gotten into many different scuffles with the police at the time in that precinct. That same one that had all the corruption and bodies piling up, and they released her, and she was never seen again. But they did find her remains, and the crime scene was tampered with, and Kamala ran on finding out the details of that case and promised the family that she would help them. After she won her election, they were thrown away, just like the daughter was. Never to get support, never to get answers. And not only that, part of that investigation uncovered more of that corruption in that police department, and nobody in that police department faced any consequence for anything they uncovered, including the death of Matrice Richardson. That is Kamala Harris's legacy. People wonder why Janet didn't come out and support her. Part of her legacy is attacking our brother Michael Jackson in California. See, she has a whole bunch of things in that closet. The one thing that ain't in there is a black ancestor. And I want y'all to understand, because this is something that hit my understanding as this was going on, is that her mother is a clear East Indian. Her dad is a part of the buffer class that we have now found out, as we've seen, has come into most of these Caribbean countries. He's an East Indian that was born in Jamaica. Now I want y'all to understand this, and I'll land here so we don't get too caught up on Kamala. But this needs to be known. Her father is still alive. Her father is still alive. And he came out, the only time he poked his head out is when she got on the Breakfast Club and tried to claim that she was a weed smoker because of her Jamaican heritage. And he came out right away and denounced it. You know what he didn't do? Ever come out and say, oh, what are these questions about her blackness? I'm a proud black Jamaican man. I'm a proud Afro-Jamaican man. And I want y'all to ask yourselves this, because we are all foundational black Americans. Despite popular belief, and I'm glad Sister Brooks said this, we protect our women. And we damn sure protect our daughters. And so I want to ask you this. What black or Afro-Caribbean man do you know that would have sat idly by while his daughter's identity, and therefore his identity, was getting attacked, and he's still alive to clear the air and stay on the record what he is and who she is, but does not? That is someone that has everything to hide. And that's who she was, trying to run in the public square and getting cover, because you know I got to bring it back to the religion, getting cover from the Pan-Africans and the Democrat shills. They were the main ones shaming the Foundation Black American Grassroots for even questioning this woman's lineage that was easily questionable. You have to be a fool not to question it based on what she was saying and what she was doing. And that's outside of her stealing Dr. King's story of protesting as a child and saying freedom instead of freedom. She did that too. That's on top of her keeping inmates locked up longer than they should be so they can have the slave labor. That's on top of her sending a Foundation Black American mother to jail because her child suffered from, unfortunately, one of the diseases and ailments that have that it's not solely or exclusively or exclusive to our lineage and our demographic, but we are one of the ones that face it the worst. Her daughter has sickle cell anemia. And Kamala's campaign laws and initiatives locked that mother up, even though she had legitimate and sufficient documentation saying that's why her daughter was missing school. So this is Kamala's legacy. And all your favorite Pan-Africans and Democrat shills were providing cover for her and to this day will still tell you, oh, that we're in this position with Trump because y'all didn't want to vote for the black woman. What black woman? She ain't black or Afro-Jamaican. I want to say that on the record. And y'all could check that and go run tell them that. She's neither. She's one of the original tethers in this game. And they provided cover for her because they are not here for us to have the collective uplift that we are demanding. They need business as usual. And we are not allowing that to happen. I'll land there.
Hey, Brother Divine. Brother Divine, was that the same interview where she said also that she used to listen to Snoop and Tupac and smoke weed to that, but I believe
In
the year she
college.
graduated and they weren't even out yet? Was that the
Exactly.
same interview? Okay.
That's right.
Thank you.
That same one.
Can I just add one little thing? The East Indians didn't even vote for her. That's it.
I would believe that would be because of the caste system. Them white Indians. Ooh.
That's
You mean because they are you saying that they delineated from her? Is that what you're saying, Black?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Thank
Just
you.
like we're gonna delineate from her too.
Two things on that, because y'all keep bringing up more stuff. I know this was gonna happen, but on that point, and your point about them not voting for her, two things, and I'm done, and I'm not going to say nothing, even if something comes to my mind.
Cook, brother, go ahead.
They alongside that delineation process and understanding the difference between ethnicities and different castes. If y'all go look it up, Devi or Devi is not even her original middle name. They changed it because her original middle name is Iyer, and that is a typical name in the elite caste of India. So they knew enough to say, hey, we got to change that name because those that know are going to know she's of the oppressive caste, the Brahmin caste in India. So we got to give her a more common name. And that
you know, Judge Joe Brown, we talking about her for bills, okay? And that Brahmin cast, you don't play.
Excuse me. And the next thing, this is the last thing I'm gonna say, because y'all talked about the greens in the tub. That's how we knew automatically she wasn't us, even if there was any confusion. And you had to still shilling for her.
A nasty ass.
But you know who does eat and or serve food in the same places that they bathe and got their dirty ass feet in? Her East Indian people. She tried to make the green the same thing as them goop scoop of meals, and that ain't even us. So let's just end it there.
They be putting a 9 under their arms. I'm like, what are y'all doing? What's going on? I'm never eating Indian food again. No.
That's how they get their curry. That's where they get their curry from.
Black crazy. But to my family who's listening, especially my cousin Tashima, I tell you that's why I don't eat no goddamn Indian food. I ain't never in my life had Indian or Mexican food because it looked like baby doodle. I can't do it. Food is visual. Then it got to smell good. Then I can try it. No, it don't look good. It don't smell good. Not for me. I'm very sensitive to smell. But sticking on Kamala Harris, let's not forget how she stole the estate of the great Nina Simone.
That's one of the things I talked about in that 6-hour live. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We did an expose on this many years ago. Many years ago. On Thorough Black Talk. And check through our archives. If it's still there, I might have downloaded it. But we did an expo on how this hoe stole the estate of the great Nina Simone. And see, when it comes to politics, they rely on you not reading.
That's right.
That's why they keep throwing sound bites at you. And they know you're not going to read. Because nobody with, as Alta used to say, a ticking brain cell would even consider such a thing. It's the same thing with the magic mulatto Barack Obama. Where he come from? Out of nowhere. That whole scandal on how he got that Senate seat, that was enough for me. That whole Popovich or whatever his name was, when he went to jail and all of that, who was at the center of it? The magic mulatto. You know, and he came in with that dark-skinned wife, and black people, especially black women, lost their minds. Not once, but twice. See, listen.
Yeah,
I'm
we
from
did.
The Brook.
You mean his dark-skinned husband?
I'm from the Brook. Okay? Both of my great-grandmothers are buried near me. I'm deep in the soil here. You can't run no game. I can see where he come from. All these, as Jim Clyburn keeps saying, sloganaries. He won 2 elections off of sloganaries with black people. You know, y'all need to repent for voting for him not once but twice. Y'all need to ask and beg for forgiveness, because that is some crazy stuff. Where that food come from? But you know, Sister Brooke, you sent this clip from X, I believe.
Which one?
This one. Is that what you sent?
Oh yeah, when President Devine was talking about how men, our black fathers treat their daughters. Go down to the video.
Yes, I'm gonna go down. I just wanted to know if you wanted to talk about it before I bring it up.
Oh yeah, so I don't really even. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know these people, okay. But it hit me so hard, and it made me miss my daddy.
Make sure y'all send them emails.
Send those emails.
The dad.
I got a problem with him. Hey, you got a tippy toe to kiss her. You got a tippy toe to kiss her. I ain't gonna do shit. Ain't no money right now. I ain't gonna touch you right now. Okay, I didn't say nothing. I didn't disrespect her. I just
give the mic to the dad.
I got a problem with him.
I let you talk.
Hey,
my turn.
Listen, little boy.
Okay, check it out. Hold on, man.
Let Pops talk.
Any man that calls a woman a bitch, hold on. You said addressed to that bitch. I heard you say it, and I ain't gonna lie. I'm pissed.
You got a 9-year-old girl.
That's my daughter. Okay, so any man that call a woman a bitch, he's usually talking about what his daddy taught him. His daddy taught him to call a woman a bitch. So in other words, he's probably calling mama, sisters, aunties, and everybody that. So that means you're addressing mama and your girl and whoever else you're addressing. So anytime, but look, hold on. But anytime you have a beef with a man, you take it out on the man. Don't try to get attention by calling a woman a bitch. Because a real man will not call a woman a bitch. A real man will come straight up and say what he got to say without attacking my daughter. Because I'm a 52-year-old man, bro. And I ain't a nigga. I'm a grown, mature, adult black man. And I don't play them games. When I was raised, you didn't say nigga. You got your teeth knocked.
You heard that, Gypsy?
And when you went up and you said something to a father's daughter,
boy, I ain't know my daddy was here.
That's the end of that. So that's off limits.
Yep.
Hey, so if you want to battle him, look, if you you got a problem with him. That's y'all problem. Apologize to my daughter. That's right now. Apologize to my daughter. That's all I got to say.
All right, let's let him get a chance to apologize.
That was good. That was mature. That was very mature. That was good.
That was mature.
I got respect for my elders. I've always been raised right by my mama. I ain't gonna take that back. I'm not no bitch. I'm not no pussy.
But it's just with Julian Direct.
Yeah, just Julian Direct. I just said it because
you heard he said he was raised by his mama.
Mm-hmm.
He got confronted by her daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, that video just made me miss my dad. It just,
day before yesterday, no, it was Friday, the business meeting for New York reparations.
I missed it.
I was so heated. They were basically talking about their media outreach. And I wanted to strangle every last one of them. with the exception of one, the one who Brooke can't stand the most. Let me tell you who they were talking
that's the only thing she talked intelligently on.
Yes. You had Ron Daniels talking about reaching out to the open line. Everybody in the chat who listened to the open line, put a 1 in the chat. I'll wait. He's still talking about the Amsterdam News. Now, the Amsterdam News is an institution. However, it is antiquated. Right? My 8-year-old grandson get more views than the Amsterdam News on all their social media combined. That's just a fact. Then they mentioned Roly-Poly Martin. That tells me the whole goddamn media component of the commission is so out of touch. It's disgusting. And they still, with this Pan-African talking points. Then they talked about the Breakfast Club. How dumb are you? The Breakfast Club was just sold to Netflix. Okay? The Breakfast Club, now that it's under Netflix, have no control of their social media. Whether it's YouTube, Instagram, they have no control of it. They lost it all. Excuse me. In fact,
and they suffering.
Jess Hilarious talked about it on her live.
Sure did.
She don't even have control of Jess with the Mess no more. So why would they reach out to the Breakfast Club? You're out of touch. Then the thing that ticked it off for me, you know, the commission has legal representation. Guess who their legal representative is? The newly wife of public advocate Jamani Williams. I don't know what is. I don't know what is. I have to make this somehow part of my testimony on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is crazy.
We're going to call her out to her face.
In her face.
To her face.
This is what they think about you. Meanwhile, in California, what's that mayor name? Karen Bass.
Yeah.
Just gave $1 million to the Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
But Black Americans are stuck
mm-hmm.
with a commission to study reparations. That's what they give to you. In the U.S. Congress, they are fighting tooth and nail for illegal immigration, giving them all kinds of tangibles. Nobody has a mumbling word to say about it. But when it comes to a bill that is due for foundational Black Americans, we get all kind of lip service. The New York State Commission is sitting with an unconstitutional bill that they know will not pass nowhere. I'm so thankful for this foundational Black American Renaissance. Baby, shaking up the goddamn world. But when I heard that, it just made me so angry. So angry. The level of nepotism that is taking place within that commission is driving me insane.
Mm-hmm.
Insane. And again, I blame the voters. You are so dumb. We are voting ourselves back onto plantations. Literally. They won't have to bust you in your head and kidnap you You are voting yourself back into it. Please read these goddamn policies. Please read it. And because people talk a little, as Reese used to say, job talk, people fall for it over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to step off my soapbox for a minute. Well, let me play this clip.
Hold on, before you play the clip, because we got to talk about that legal representation and how we found that out, how me and President Devon found that out.
Go ahead.
Okay? One, before we get to that, when you mentioned all those publications that they run to reach out to, all those forms of media, as a person who used to work in advertising, right? Because that was, you know, the corporate setting where I was in, where I worked around a lot of women who was dumb as rocks, who I wondered how did they get there. Well, I didn't wonder. I knew how they got there. Anyway, so my advertising brain said, that's because they're trying to reach a specific demographic. The news media outlets like Doggy Diamonds that you talked about earlier, that you mentioned to them, they don't want to reach out to those type of media outlets because they don't want that demographic showing up. They want the old Democrat voting, Roland Martin, where my hug, baby, where my Divine is always doing that, where my hug at crowd. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why they reaching out to us, because that's the demo that they are looking for. You know, they don't want no more me, you, and President Devon showing up, and Melrose, Mike Melrose. They don't want no more, you know what I'm saying? They don't want no more DWs. They don't want that Paris. They don't want no more of them showing up, okay? So that's that. Now, back to how we found out. So me and President Devon was in Albany on Tuesday. That's where we was at when I was texting, right? We went up to Albany on Tuesday to, you know, advocate for some more sponsors and co-sponsors for our bill, you know, for delineation and disaggregation. And we in the room, and this gentleman just walks up to us. He goes, so where are you guys from? And we're like, oh, yeah, we're from the U.S. Freedmen Project, right? Because Sister Keisha don't even know this yet, because I didn't get a chance to talk to her yet. We go, yeah, we're from the U.S. Freedmen Project, you know, and, you know, we, you know, deal with delineation and reparations. And da, da, da. He goes, oh, so you know Jumaane Williams' wife? I said, who? He said, yeah, India Williams. And my mind instantly went to that legal counsel. I said, does she wear glasses? He said, yes. No, he said, I'm not sure. Then he pulls up a picture of her. Very beautiful girl. And I was like, I said, then that's when I asked, does she wear glasses? And then he put up another picture on her glasses, and bingo, I knew exactly who she was. Now, what is so crazy is that she presented herself to me during the hearing in, was it Binghamton, Devon? And Binghamton, as if she was a foundational Black American. And so, not only that, but she reminded me that the first place that we saw her was at the Brooklyn hearing, where Jumaane Williams was a speaker. And I did remember her. I remember her being in the audience, and I remember her taking notes. And I remember
right, because I was thanking her for Camilla Moore. Yes, got it.
Okay. So it's almost like they tried to Trojan horse her into us thinking that she was an ally of ours. And so here's my thing. If she was like, I'm not here, I don't know what her intentions are, but I know she's not an ally because she refused, she did not disclose who her husband was. And then I'm going to let President Devine talk about what he found out as far as her lineage. And I'll just say this one more thing before President Divine talks. This is how God and the ancestors work. We didn't dig that information up. That information literally fell out of that man's mouth. And he wasn't even trying to hurt the situation. He just was asking questions. Do you know? And I said, I am still in awe at God and the ancestors and how they look out for us. How the information just comes. We didn't have to look. We didn't have it. God wanted us to know who she was. He wasn't going to let her Trojan horse herself into what we're doing because, like I said, she came to us as an ally, as if she was going to help fight as the legal counsel. Because don't forget, during the prior business meeting, this is the same woman who sat up there and she said that, you know what I'm saying, reparations was about lineage. And then Jennifer Austin Jones made her come back and alter what she said, what she had said, because of because of how we talk about lineage. So I was going to talk about the fact, but you know, then that we ended up having that Jamaican lady from the Harriet Tubman Foundation, and I had to tell her a new one that was more important to me, because I really had planned on tearing them up for getting on her. So they was really positioning her as our ally, like if we were gonna, yo. But God said, no, I need you to know who this woman is. And she is not your friend. In fact, she is not even of your lineage. Go ahead, President Divine.
Oh man, I don't know if this is something, but we definitely need to look into it. So I'll give this little bit of breaking news too. That I was just looking at while you was talking, because I wanted to make sure I talked more about what you said. So yeah, in addition to that, once we heard where who she was and found out, I was just looking to make sure that they were actually married, right? I was like, okay, well, let's find out if she's married, if this is the same. We knew it was the same person. It's funny you say that about her, Sister Keisha, because in Binghamton, as I was giving my testimony, and I was speaking, that's why every time I referenced Camilla Moore's name, I either point to the motion to the front, because that's where India was sitting. And I also mistaked her for Camilla Moore, right? Until I looked over and saw that Camilla Moore was not on the dais anymore. She was in the crowd. So yeah, I was saying this, everything I was saying was directed to the front because I thought she was her too. That's how much, to me, also she looks like Camilla Moore. So it's funny you say that. And I can admit that now. But needless to say, as we were looking up, I wanted to make sure to see if they were married, if they were still married. And it is a article in the Caribbean News that documented their marriage. And in the article, it talks about Jemani's Caribbean heritage and India Sneed, who is now India Williams, her Caribbean lineage. Now, I'm like Sister Brooke just said, I don't know what her intentions are. I don't know if she is, a bi-ethnic, because it did not say on both sides. It just said that, she has this heritage from the Caribbean. So it could definitely be on one side. And maybe she presented herself in the way that she did because she is half FBA. Needless to say, that is irrelevant, as Sister Brooke just pointed out, because at no time did she bring that up. At no time did she talk about her ties to her husband, Jemani Williams. And in fact, here's what's even more egregious about it is that I met her in Brooklyn. And I said during that conversation, and see, this is where, and I didn't even get a chance to tell Sister Brooke this because I thought about it later on down the line after everything that we found out. I said to her, I'm so glad that one of us is going to be tied to the commission. I was like, because as you can see, we have opposition In fact, even Jemani got up there and said he wants to be race-based, knowing that that's unconstitutional. And at no time during that conversation did she say, oh, that's my husband. Or, yeah, race-based is unconstitutional. And she's a lawyer. At no time did she say that. And so whether she is bi-ethnic or not, she definitely did not disclose to us. And we're supposed to be fighting for the same thing. That, hey, you know what? With all, full transparency, that's my boo. That's my husband. I'm going to talk to him. Or I'm going to get him right. Or I'm going to make this right. She didn't say that in Brooklyn. And she didn't say that in Binghamton. Now, obviously, Jumaane Williams wasn't there in Binghamton. But we were having the same race-based conversations in Binghamton. In fact, to go a little bit deeper, the conversation we were having while she was present was analyzing and dissecting this idea that Caribbeans get a say in our reparations because that Jamaican got up.
That's right.
And Sister Brooke had to check her.
Check her
India
hard.
was right there during that entire conversation. And still at no time during that conversation did she bring up her Caribbean heritage or her being tied to Jumaane Williams, actual politician that is trying to push race-based reparations. So this is entirely disingenuous. I cannot wait for Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Because this is the type of stuff that they're doing on the low and hoping that we don't catch it. And this is the last thing I saw when I was looking up her name again. I don't know if they're nefarious or not. I know a lot of lobbying bodies and organizations are. But she has ties to something called the Greenberg Trauring Lobby. So she's a former lobbyist that became a lawyer that is now married to Jumaane. So I haven't got it. I just found that out as we were looking her up because there's an article in the Daily News that details her background and where she came from. So we definitely need to look into this lobbying firm to see what their expertise is. The one thing that I did read that I'm like, okay, is a little bit possibly concerning based on what we're doing. It says at Greenberg Trauring, we help clients master uncertainty through proactive legal strategies, skilled counsel, and access to vast resources worldwide. So whenever we hear something like that, that is definitely cause to pause and to look into this thing to now see who this woman really is. Because this could just be the tip of the iceberg on what they're trying to do here and any of the plans they have. And we also know that Jumaane Williams is heavily pro-immigration, especially of the pro-illegal kind, because he was a part of that city council that voted to have non-citizens get the right to vote. And he was also a part of that city council that Eric Adams was fighting against. And we know how we all feel about Eric Adams, but it was a battle because Eric Adams was trying to stand up against the illegal aliens after he wasn't going to get the pat on the head from the federal level and the monies. And that entire city council was pro-illegal alien. They were green lighting all the monies that was going to those programs that they told us was not happening, that they told us was illegal to happen, but somehow they found a way to give them housing, give them vouchers, give them monies, give them cards, all the things that illegal aliens are not supposed to have access to, but they got it. And so that's what we're dealing with when we're talking about these people and what their ulterior motives and what their intentions are. And the reason why, again, I say this a lot, but I want us to keep understanding this because there are movements in place to try to get us off this square. The reason why it feels like it's foundational Black Americans versus everybody is because it is. We're the only group in the country that is not immigrants and that push for the type of justice and redress that we have more than a valid claim to. See, other groups that are not immigrants, no shade to them, but they have bent the knee or are part of the power structure and or participated in our oppression. So they are a different category altogether. The foundational Black Americans are the only ones that are standing on this type of business and have been since day one, since inception. You know what I'm saying? When you see those shirts for those companies, I think it's EST, and they got the date on when that business or movement was established. Our EST is day one. Day zero if you're nasty. Since the beginning of time immemorial, we've been standing on business. And we stand on business until the last day, and someone else comes around to pick up where we left off and continue to stand on business. That is the foundational Black American culture. That is the foundational Black American legacy. So when people ask us what it is or say we don't have it, the only reason why you think we don't have it is because you can't recognize it, because only real recognizes real.
Woo-hoo! Man. Where do I go from here? Let's go to Chicago. Because these shills, and I want y'all to do me a favor and really research the history of the Democratic Party. From its inception, it was founded to put a monkey wrench in the success of foundational Black Americans.
Right. That's right. And you showed it to us at that museum.
That's right. It's on display. It's still on display. You can go see it for yourself at the New York Historical Society if you ever get a chance. Right on the first floor, as you enter the museum and you get checked in, make a left. And you will see it. But there is a book, and it's available on audiobook, and it's called or entitled The True and Detailed Racist History of the Democratic Party from 1830 to 2020. If you get the audiobook, it's very short. It's about 45 minutes. They will give you a detailed history of every Democrat president since 1830 when it was founded. Excuse me. And after you listen, come back and tell me if you still want to be a Democrat. Come back and tell me. But Brandon Johnson out of Chicago is just as vile and just as vicious.
Migrant has never done anything to disrupt the progress of Black people, and I will be doggone if I will allow white supremacy to separate Black people from the people of this globe, because it was Black businesses that fed migrants. It was Black businesses that provided hope and aspirations for the people who have been marginalized across this globe. But we also have to be very clear that the injustices that we feel within the Black community are real. The history of this city of closing Black schools, disrupting health clinics from Black communities, shutting down housing for Black people, firing Black people from public sector positions. Understand that our fight for justice is not over. I'm old enough to remember where Black people understand our global connection one to another, that what happens in South Africa and Soweto is not that much different than what happens in Cabrini Green on the north side of Chicago, or the favelas in Brazil, that we're all interconnected, that somehow just because a ship made it a little bit further across the coast, I'm not going to allow the constant separation to continue to divide us, because they've already done that. And it's important that in this moment that we reconnect ourselves. Do you know in 2015, 1 in 10 Black folks in this country were foreign born? If we allow Blackness to be separated, liberation is not possible. We have to build a resistance in this country through the lens of Black liberation that guarantees equal access to affordable housing. We have to build a movement that ensures that every single child has access to a high quality public education, good paying jobs, access to transportation, healthcare. That is the work that we have to do. That's the way in which we can honor the essence of Black history. So God bless you all, and God bless the greatest freaking city in the world.
That's proper SHIT I ever heard in my life. Now ask yourselves, What has the immigrant class done specifically for Black Americans? What heavy lifting have they done for us? Or do they just come over and reap the benefits that our ancestors fought for? You tell me. You tell me how this goes. And he said it. He said it in this speech that they build a life off the legacy that we created. You don't find, and there are many, and I say this often, Black Americans who have left the United States, who are now living permanently in other countries, interject themselves into the politics of that country. Interject themselves so much that they stifle resources from that country. Interject themselves so much that they advocate against the natives of that country. It does not exist. But I can't say the same. I can't say the same because while Sister Brooke and Brother Divine were talking about Cath Williams, Tiki Taki was at the Brooklyn Historical Society with another tether talking about how they should attain the same reparations claim that we have in this country. Now, as I said, and we have said, we all agree on this panel on the bridge, those folks should fight for their reparations in their homeland against those who enslaved them in their homeland. You have no claim here for enslavement. You have no claim here. But as I said before, folks are so used to feeding off of this. They don't know how to stand on their own. They don't. You got Black veterans who fought for this country in wars, who don't have a place to live, who have no money, no resources. You got Black women and children who have been in shelters for years, still waiting for permanent housing. But an illegal can come here and gain permanent housing in 6 months off your tax dollars. In Ohio, they were giving illegals $30,000 a piece. But they tell you you got to wait for a study. And you are voting for others to replace you. You are voting to give away your reparations claim. So, I want us to think a little bit better, be a little bit more wiser, because the Democrat Party is full of degeneracy. You got folks from the queer group who can get full sexual reassignment on our dime, on our tax dollars. I can't go to the doctor and get a checkup without paying a copay, without paying for insurance. How is that right? How is that fair? Nobody's thinking here. And they count on the fact that you aren't thinking. They count on the fact that you won't think. But they didn't count on this delineation and how great it is and how much we are shaking up the world. Everybody's delineating, not just us. Shout out to Sister Candace.
It's making people uncomfortable. And that's actually how you know it's doing what it's supposed to do. Delineation ain't hatred. It's self-definition, something that every group does. And that clarity really unsettles them because they've benefited from the confusion. And what really scares folks is this lineage uniting. That unity is powerful. And it's why people are trying so hard to pressure us and pull us into other people's battles. But not every fight is our fight. We deserve to.
I had to stop because of the copyright music, but this movement is so powerful. We are shaking up the political landscape in this country. So much so that other folks are delineating against each other, you know, and that's why we got so much pushback. You're hearing people saying, well, hold on, you know what? Let me play this clip of those folks delineating from each other. Hold on. Isn't that playing? For some reason.
Well, look at, Little Italy, and look at Chinatown and New York, and how come it was okay for them to live amongst themselves? The key there is assimilation. Their children went to public schools. They worked in the public sector. They invited anybody who wanted to come into their community. They provided for them in their community. Huge difference there. This is not a welcoming community. This is not somebody who's saying, we're going to build this show. Come on in. We want to teach you a little bit about our religion and our beliefs, but we want to involve you in it. And this has been a topic that I have brought up at several council meetings when there have been times when there's been a project or something that they wanted to approve, and we were trying to kind of, bring it to people's attention that this project is not going to benefit the community as a greater good. The Jewish community is extremely racist, and I would go as far to say as the Jackson government should be ashamed of themselves. Well, look at, Little Italy, and look at China.
Everybody is delineating. We done shook up the world. So as we do, so as everyone else follows. So as we do, everyone else follows. You got Africans delineating from each other. You got the Caribbean delineating from each other. You got, you know what? Even Africans are delineating from their own cultural norms. Right? Let's play this. And we'll come right back. Hold on, family.
Parents who have given birth to children that live in the UK, please get over the fact that we are no longer back home, we are in the UK. I don't care about bride price. I don't care what people back home are thinking about me. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about forcing tradition into my life when I wasn't raised in that tradition. Like, I'm not going to be sending the money back home for no funerals. I'm not sending money back home for no weddings. I don't know these niggas. And off that, I don't know who these people are. So why do I care what anything I do looks like to them? African parents really need to get over this incessant need to do image with everyone. Oh, it's going to look so bad to the family back home. Oh, this, oh, that. I don't care. No one cares, actually. Keep your culture, keep your traditions, but don't force nobody to abide by certain traditions that you like to follow. Just please leave me alone. Get out of my face. Africa.
So again.
Yeah. You can't make this shit up, people.
They delineate from their own culture, their own tribal norms. So before I go on, let me continue because I want to talk about birthright tourism. And that's something else that we need to look into that nobody is discussing. Brother Devon got his hands raised. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say something before we get too far down the road. I want to just tie these other up. I wanted to also, I forgot that I didn't mention when we go back to Jamani Williams. And just the need for us to delineate around that quote unquote controversy, the Tourette's controversy. I just want to point out, and this is why delineation is absolutely necessary. While everybody was holding that racist Tourette's man to task and the culture of the UK and how they were giving cover to him Jumaane Williams comes out and uses his Tourette's intersectionalism to provide cover for that racist with Tourette's, going so far as to say, well, you know what? I understand because I have tics and the N-word is my tic too. And it's like, I've seen Jumaane on numerous
Wait.
My bad.
Wait. Can you say that again for me one more time, brother? I want people to get what you say. What this goddamn teller ticky-tacky said. Go ahead.
That's right. At the height of the controversy at the BAFTAs, where they called Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo the N-word, and we found out later on down the line that off camera, they found a way to edit this one out, that they also called the Nigerian sister, the actress in the movie, called her N-word multiple times as well. Jumaane Williams comes out, and this is what we talk about when we kind of talk about when I talk about performative blackness, and it's going to segue me into the next video that you play right after that, is that he used performative blackness. I'm black too, even though he's an Afro-Caribbean, and he used his Tourette's intersectionalism to provide cover for that racist with Tourette's all the way across the pond to say, no, it's not racism, it's the tics. Because I have the N-word tic too. Now, I'm saying this to say this. I've been around and seen Jumaane Williams probably more times than I even want to. At no time have I ever heard any verbal tics come out of Jumaane Williams' mouth. Does he have the body and physical tics? 100% absolutely. I think we've all seen those and experienced it. I've never in my life heard Jumaane Williams publicly blurt out any word or sound at any of his public appearances, and he has had many. And this is what we talk about when we call people tethers and the things that they do. As we were putting belt to ass to all those that were defending him, here he comes to play Captain Save-A-Tick. And this is what we're talking about when we say they're not us. Because if you're not going to be on code, just shut the hell up. My war cry is, if you can't help me, don't hurt me. I'm not asking you to be verbal or be out there on the front lines with us if that's not in your heart. Just don't use what's in your heart to hurt us if that's what's in your heart. And too many times it is. And we talk about performative blackness again. This is, we know New York is one of the capitals, the Pan-African capitals of the United States of America. Chicago is another one. Many of those Pan-African organizations have headquarters set up in Chicago. And so when we talk about performative blackness, that's what you saw Brandon do. Won't even call him mayor. That's what Brandon did. And this is what I talk about when I say you take our story and give everybody else the glory, meaning the tangibles, the resources. No longer will you be able to just talk about our icons of the past being Pan-African, quote unquote, or wanting global unity based on melanin. Duh. That's how we've been socialized. That's what caused us to create the identity of black in the first place. We looked past all those regional differences and said, nah, we all the same. Let's link up. Let's form up because we got shit to do. No other Afro group across the world, across the globe has done that. So when you come at us talking about, oh yeah, we have always wanted unity, 100%. That didn't change. We just found out those that we wanted unity with don't want unity from us. So that's what changed. And so when you continue to try these old, antiquated solutions that we found out are more issues from the past by saying, hey, we got to link up in this moment because Soweto is the same as Cabrini Green. That's a dub. Those days are over. I don't care what you say or how many times you say it. That's why they've been pushing back against the delineation movement, because delineation creates clarity. And with that clarity, we see who we are and we see who you are. And in the words of our hip-hop culture, they phony, they fake, and that's the type of people I hate.
Sister Brooke, cue this up. Let's play this and we'll come right back. Hold on.
Maybe after. Peace, everybody. With folks are joining on. Peace, peace, peace. Marguerite, first one up. Hey, Marguerite. Peace, peace. Peace, everybody, again. Thanks for jumping back on. I appreciate you. I think we may have figured this out. J Dow. You got pics in the house. Peace, peace, everyone. I don't know how to pronounce this one. I apologize. Cake Isu. Thank Johnson Burrows. Thank you. Peace, everybody.
I was saying maybe start with the second one because I don't know how long this one is.
Brooklyn. But... Justin, when you get on, let me know.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, because but it is, you can see his ticks, right? You can see his ticks real clear in that one.
You know, there is excuse me, a bike ride that I take part in every summer. It's the Juneteenth bike ride through Brooklyn. For those of us who ride bikes, you know what I'm talking about. Cath Williams takes part in his bike ride. I ain't never hear him outburst nothing. He give a speech and all that before he come on. I mean, before we start riding, all that. I ain't never hear him call out no N-words or nothing. But as the guy said, the need for him to give cover. This is typical tether behavior and raccoon behavior. This is typical. Giving cover to these goddamn wicked ass beasts. Let me see. I got a second clip. The one with the woman talking. Brooke, that's what you're talking about?
No, that's Nick Shirley. That's talking about Chicago. Go up a little bit to the first Instagram right above Marcia.
Okay.
Is it? Try that one.
All right.
I think that one might be the right one.
Hold on. Okay.
We can get into that second one.
Yeah, that's the first one is the same one. Let me see.
Okay, then try the second one after Marcia.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me click both of them. Both of them is of TikTok?
No, off Instagram.
Yeah, but they have TikTok.
They of him. Yes, they are of TikTok. One is a part one, the other one's a part two. But like, so we could, bypass all his little shout outs and whatnot. God dang.
Okay, I think this might be the part two. But while I'm queuing that up, well, I'll play that and then we'll come right back. Hold on, because I think it's this one. Thank you for your patience. Hold on. Is that it? Is that the first one?
I think that's the first one. Hold on. Maybe I sent the same one over and over.
Yeah, because hold on. Let me see. Let me close that.
No, one ends with a. Let me try. Let me try to send it again.
All right, hold on. Let me. While you try to send it again, I'll let you do that. You just put it in our private chat?
Yes. Okay. I just find it because now that I was on his Instagram, I see that he was shouting her out because she's doing something. Hold on. Because I couldn't really read and listen to President Devon at the same time, but I just see she's doing something. My most fascinating proud moment is the day hearing my wife, Sneed Williams, name called to be admitted to practice in the Supreme Court. A close second was to be in the courtroom to hear the decision read by the justices of Donald Trump to the gut punch defeat on the tariffs.
Yeah, they want you to keep paying. This is a silent coup that's happening.
Exactly, and she's part of it.
And she wouldn't have been able to attend law school here if it wasn't for Charles Hamilton Houston.
That's right.
But Tiki Taki don't mention him though, right? Let's play this and hold on.
And I want to be clear. I don't want to harm people with Tourette's syndrome. Everyone with Tourette's is not the same. Everybody cannot do that. So don't stop asking people to do that. 2, it can be harmful to yourself if you're augmenting or trying to hold in tics. When you hold it in, it comes out worse later. It can also be painful for you. So I want us to be clear about that. There are other things that we can do. One is you can move yourself from a situation in a specific, and this might have been one of the specific spaces that the N-word, if that is your tic, you may not want to be there for a few moments. I did hear that John did remove himself, so credit to him. But it was a story, his movie about his life, about this very issue, which was the reason he was there in the first place. So maybe that cannot be done, or it can. But here's what should have been done. BAFTA should have done a lot more to explain what was going to happen before and after. Definitely should have provided more care for Michael B. Jordan and Daryl Linda so they had the information they needed, and they themselves could have explained what was going on. BAFTA could have censored the damn thing. You had time to censor it and provide more information about what you were censoring and why. And I believe, although it may be hard, that John himself needs to make some comments here to acknowledge, even though there's a reason, there is harm that can be caused. So we have to make sure we're doing this and putting the anger in the right places, but also providing the empathy and care for everyone that's involved. And I believe that was dropped when it came to Michael B. Jordan, Daryl Lindo, and shout out to them. Sadly, Black people have to know how to have poise in so many situations just so they can survive. Now, for kids, young people who are listening, I want to make sure you understand, if you have Tourette's, it's a part of you, but you're not defined by it. It doesn't have to limit what you do. You may have to change a little bit, but you can go so far in this life. So let's continue. One of the best things that might come out of this is more conversation, more information. Keep the anger, keep the empathy. Let's put it in the right places. Peace.
F you and your tics. Because things just don't pop in their heads and they say it. He has to already be thinking it and feeling it. That's how Tourette's work. How I know? There's a television show called Balin's Life or whatever. It's about a young
Bailing Out Loud.
Okay.
Bailing Out Loud. Jaquan loves that show.
Okay. It's about her and her Tourette's. Now, if she's reading something or talking about something, she'll outburst it. For example, she was going on a flight, I think, to the UK. And, you know, they have those signs to, you know, what you can carry on a plane and what you can't. And one of the signs was no guns. So she kept saying, got a gun, got a gun, got a gun. You know, this animal, and I don't care what Tiki Taki said, was already thinking and calling people that, Black people that. And shout out to Michael B. Jordan and Ryan Coogler.
Who are both foundational Black Americans on both sides, by the way. Not his father's not from Ghana. Thank you.
Right, because they try to steal his lineage, destiny swapping.
My own family heritage and lineage. My dad's side of the family is from Shreveport, Louisiana. My mom's side of the family is from Hope, Arkansas. So having a family history and lineage from the South is something that was always there. I guess realizing and contextualizing a bit that the movie that we were making somehow is basically my grandparents' story also. You know, like, you know, realizing like you only really realize your grandmother and your grandfather, you only know them as older people. But you forget they were 25 too, having a good time, you know what I'm saying? And trying to, you know, deal with the harsh reality of the Deep South and Jim Crow era and how they were trying to find a piece of freedom and a piece of themselves, you know.
Now, for clarity, he grew up in Pan-Africanism out of Newark, New Jersey. All right? His father, Michael A. Jordan, yeah, that's his name. Michael A. Jordan was away in Ghana. And he came back so he could be at the Oscars for his son. But now all these Ghanaian tethers trying to steal this man's legacy. That he's not an FBA. And listen, you all wish you had such success. You never have and you never will. Not now, not ever. I don't care how much Cynthia Erivo try to make herself look like a water bug. It ain't gonna happen for you. It ain't gonna happen for you. You will never garner this much success.
Never.
In your whole life. And that's what you mad at. We are the source. We the source. Now you could be a supporting player if you act right, but you ain't the goddamn source. You never will be the source. So when people start talking about, especially these Europeans, these Caucasians, who come up in the chats talking about our reparations claim, why you ain't got that smoke for Israel? Why you ain't got that smoke for Ukraine? We owe them nothing. Owe them nothing. And that's another reason why I went down this rabbit hole with UK in this Iranian war. Because Benjamin Netanyahu said something that was very telling. He said they are going to cease taking money from the U.S. I don't know where he said that. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? And that's what led me down a rabbit hole to the UK and their involvement in a lot of this stuff. But none of y'all got no smoke for these other folks. None of you immigrants got no smoke for all of the aid, financial aid that your countries, your homeland receive. The military help your homeland receives. You say nothing. Let's listen to this system. We'll come right back and get ready to close this out. Hold on.
People that's dropped down in my comments that I care to acknowledge. But Black folks, let me ask y'all something. I'm going to ask y'all something real. How come every group America has harmed has got a damn check, an apology, and a pathway to generational wealth except us? Jewish Holocaust survivors got billions from the U.S. and Germany. Japanese Americans got $20,000 per person for being thrown in camps for 3 goddamn years. Native Americans, they got land settlements, treaties, federal trust funds, broken and disrespectful, but they were still acknowledged. So why is it when Black folks like me say pay what you owe, suddenly America develops selective amnesia? Oh, now y'all want to talk about that was such a long time ago, or I never owned slaves, or why should we pay? Did you personally put Jewish families in camps? Did you personally round up Japanese Americans? Did you personally steal native land? You damn sure didn't, but the government did, so the government paid, period. What's so hard about that? 246 years, no wage, no land, no inheritance, nothing. Discrimination, redlining, lynching, house bans, job bans, bank bans, loans bans, wealth theft. The whole time, white families were stacking property, savings, assets, and passing them to their kids. Black families, we got nothing but trauma and a head start to damn poverty. And then y'all have the very nerve to call it fair. But America will cut a check to every goddamn body else but the people who literally built this country, its economy, its military power, its international wealth. You don't want reparations because you know it's old and it's measurable. See, the receipts ain't emotional. They're on paper. Slavery insurance policies, bank ledgers, cotton export values, Jim Crow housing laws, FHA redlining map, wealth gaps tracked by the Federal Reserve. This ain't no opinion. This is math. These are facts, calculated facts that you can find and read and understand. America keeps saying, start a business, get a loan, buy a house, while ignoring they blocked us from doing the very thing for centuries they told us to do in order to be equal. Equality without repayment is a scam. You cannot steal 400 years of labor and $30 trillion of wealth creation and then pretend like Black people just need to work harder. That's bullshit. Cut the check, return the land, erase the damn debt, and repair the damn damage. It's more white.
And until we get our money, it's up for everybody.
Everybody.
I want more ICE agents on the ground. I want them rounded up. Rounded up. You gonna learn today. As my mama used to say, you gonna learn today. Sister Brooke, your thoughts on that clip?
Man, she told no lies and she left no crumbs. That is exactly what it is. And then when you read books like The Back of the Hiring Line by Roy Beck, and then The Invisible Coup, and it's so crazy for me because I read them in that order. It's a wild realization of like how much they didn't do for us, because that's what Back of the Hiring Line is about, and then how much they did do for everybody else, and that's what The Invisible Coup is about. And then living in these times where you actually can see it. You know, President Devine and I, when we went up to Albany, we went up with a group who, you know, was there to basically lobby on behalf of the rising homeowner taxes. And as we sat in that room with everybody and they're airing their grievances on, you know, the taxes, not one time did anybody talk about the $10 billion that we spent on illegals that they're admitting to, because I'm sure it's more than 10 billion. It's probably double that.
Isn't New York City in debt because of it? Go ahead.
Right. We were $12 billion in the hole. First, my dummy said we was $12 billion in the hole. Then he said, "Oh wait, I found some money, so we only $5 billion in the hole." Every time he keep changing the numbers, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, I believe is, but they admitted that they spent $10 billion on these illegals, and nobody wants to talk about the fact that they spent $10 billion on illegals. And by the way, the Asian community was well represented at that meeting. When people sit here and say, I really hate when people sit here and talk about, well, the Asian people don't participate in politics. They just use their money and blah, blah, blah. The Asian lady was there representing her people. Y'all clearly don't live in New York. Y'all don't know nothing about Flushing, Chinatown, how they have their own politicians. Or John Liu, who is now a senator, who came up through those very same ranks. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't live around Asian people. So y'all can sit here and talk out the side of your neck about things that you don't know. See, we live in New York where we live around all of them. We see everybody and everybody's bullshit. We got to smell it. Okay? From the Italians to the small hats to the Irish. Those just the white ones. The Germans, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Caribbean, African, everybody. We see it all. We know all their business because we see it all and we got to smell the shit. Okay? So I just want people to stop saying that dumb shit that Asians don't participate in politics. They just use their money. No, they use both. And they are allowed to get away with things because we haven't even gotten into the birthright citizenship and the things that they're doing. The fact that is it okay if I go into it, Sister Keisha?
Go.
The fact that the people that are in the political ranks in the People's Republic of China are mailing their sperm to the United States Their wives are mailing their eggs to the United States. And if you want to know how is that even possible, it's called what you call that, the frozen the liquid nitrogen. That's how it's possible. You put it in the canister. See, I've lived a lot of lives. I've seen those canisters before. You put both in the canister and you mail it over here with liquid nitrogen so that it stays frozen the entire time. So that's how that's possible, in case you want to question me. Okay? So they mail their sperm to the United States. They mail their eggs to the United States. Then they hire an American citizen as a surrogate. Implant her with said eggs and said sperm, or at this point it's an embryo. Implant her with the embryo. Have her have the baby. And then mail the baby back, ship the baby back, or come get the baby and go back to the People's Republic of China. And that same guy who wrote the book, Invisible Coup, because Keisha sent me the testimony, he sat there and talked about I can't remember, I should have wrote down how many it was, but how many children there are in the People's Republic of China that are growing up under the laws, under the culture of the People's Republic of China, but have American citizenship because they were born here. I guarantee not near a white founding father had that on their brain when they started the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves, the babies of the enslaved. It was not for anybody else, and it damn sure wasn't for an egg and a sperm to be an embryo, to be made into an embryo over here, and then the baby, the actual baby when it's born, to be sent back over there. So now that child can now can apply for the military, can apply to sit in the government, can apply to be a pilot. And we wonder why we have so many Chinese spies. And if you think I'm lying, just Google that phrase, Chinese spy, and see how many people pop up. Matter of fact, Bloomberg just did an expose about a Chinese spy just the other day. So you could go on Bloomberg TV and see something, the Bloomberg News, and see an expose about a Chinese spy. And this was in the past, less than a month. I know. I feel like it's a couple of weeks, but less than a month. So, and then one more thing I just wanted to mention is from the Invisible Coup is how they talked about how they purposely changed the language on illegal. How, because the language on illegal is an illegal alien. That is what the legal term is, illegal alien. But they changed it to migrant. Why is that? So they could tether on to what we went through, to our migrations from the South to the North, to make it seem like we have similar patterns. Absolutely not. In fact, I remember when Senator Sanders said that at the Schomburg, talking about how his parents immigrated from the South. We are not immigrants. There's nothing wrong with being an immigrant. If you're an immigrant, that's fine. But that ain't me. And Senator Sanders would then go on, I would say representatives of Senator Sanders said, he just meant that, he moved, he willingly moved from the South to the North. My parents willingly moved from the South to the North too. They didn't move from Mexico to America. That would be immigration. Moving from one country to another country. Anything other than that is just relocating. It's moving. It's a migration pattern. And so that's why I refuse to call these people migrants. They are illegals. And you will always be an illegal to me. And that's what the hell I'm going to call you. So please read that book. That book is vital reading. I heard it. I listened to it on Audible, and I feel like I need to have the physical book. I'm about to buy the book because I just want to have it in the library because it was so good. And I'll end there for now.
Definitely worth the listen or the read, however way you want to do it.
However you want to
totally up to you. Right. Totally up to you. But since you mentioned the spying, because a lot of these Asians are also bringing disease over here. Let's play this clip. We'll come right back. Hold on.
Ms. Han Cheng-Xuan. She is a citizen of China, and she's currently pursuing her PhD at the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, located in Wuhan, China. At the Detroit Metropolitan Airport, was also caught by the feds trying to smuggle in biological material. There was a type of roundworm. When the officers took Ms. Han's electronics from her, they found that all of them had been wiped 3 days prior to her coming to the US. She was going to be doing the bulk of her scientific research over at a laboratory at the University of Michigan. However, instead of just hopping on a plane and flying over to Michigan, Ms. Han began to do something odd. While still in China, she began to send package after package to two people who worked at the University of Michigan laboratory. An inspection of the package yielded a book with an envelope tucked into the middle of the pages. The envelope contained a handwritten note with 28 shapes and a labeling scheme with each shape. And then if you actually look at a photograph of what was sent, it was basically a piece of paper with a bunch of shapes drawn on it, and each shape having a different code attached to it. And then at the very top of the page, in order to, I guess, fool anybody that might find this piece of paper other than the recipient, Ms. Han wrote the following, quote, "Hello, this is a fun letter with interesting patterns. I hope you can enjoy the pleasure within it." Very cool, Ms. Han. I'm sure nobody will figure that one out. Now, in terms of what those shapes were, the ones that were drawn on that particular piece of paper, here's what the FBI wrote. You can cut out the shape with a pair of scissors, dip it into water, and that way extract whatever biological elements Ms. Han was trying to ship. Now, it's unclear whether any of this stuff that Ms. Han was shipping over in these packages was either dangerous or banned. However, though, regardless of whether it was dangerous or not, we do know two things. For one, Ms. Han was shipping it here from her lab in Wuhan, meaning that whatever she was shipping, she didn't just feel like she could make it here in America. She felt like she had to ship it over. And secondly, shipping this stuff without declaring it is patently illegal. And again, it really does make you wonder that if all this work was truly on the up and up, it's not clear why she would have to mail these specimens in this secretive way rather than just remake them over in the Michigan lab. When the officers took Ms. Han's electronics from her, they found that all of them had been wiped 3 days prior to her coming to the US. And when she was asked why she did this, well, here was the exchange. Quote, Han stated she deleted the content of her electronic device prior to coming to the United States. Han stated she deleted the content to start fresh while she was in the United States. Very cool.
Now, there's a show, and you can catch it on YouTube. It's called Border Force or Border Patrol Australia. And I want you to see all of the contents that the Chinese try to bring into the country of Australia. Now, they don't play with their immigration stuff. They don't play at all. They tight. You hear me? But I want you to see all of the craziness that they try to bring in into that country. Now, as we move on to birthright tourism that Sister Brooke started out with, and that's something you guys can look up when you get a chance, and I'll have a little bit of details right after this video. But not only are they shipping semen and embryos, they are also hiring, preferably white women with blue eyes, to have their children. And as Sister Brooke said, they go back to China, and at the age of 21, they can apply for citizenship for their respective loved ones. But this is no citizen. The ones who have the tightest gang in New York is the Chinese mafia. They have open gambling casinos right outside, and the cops just stand there and don't do nothing. They got 4 open casinos outside. Now,
don't they own that casino in Rockaway? Oh, nobody knows that. Oh yeah, the Chinese own that. That casino, what it's I think it's 1100 Rockaway Boulevard in Queens. They own that one. And
Resort
don't pay
World.
Resort. Thank you, Resort World. And don't pay your bills over there. And that's how you find out who owns it. Don't pay your bills. They'll take you to a room in the basement.
They got a nice mafia crew out there. Take your legs out.
And you be wondering when you in there, you be wondering why is there so many of them in there? Because they supporting their own.
But they're everywhere too. They have a really big addiction to that type of stuff.
Yep.
You go
Listen.
to any of these casinos, you will find them in drove, at least 150 deep.
Yep.
Do you know where the gambling mecca of the world is?
Where?
Tell us.
In Macau. That is a tiny, it's like Dubai, like a city state. And all it is gambling casinos. It's right outside of China. It's on the southern China Sea. So it's in the south, so it's tropical. Yeah,
Wow.
Macau. Look it up.
Wow.
Wait a minute. And now I can't remember where I learned this, but they brought the whole casino idea to the United States.
Pretty much.
I can't remember where I learned that from, but I remember learning that they were the first one to put it all in one spot. Gambling, drugs, drugs.
Like a combat zone, like a red light area district. That's what they used to.
Yes, with the gambling and everything, because it was things existed, but they were separate. But they put it all in one spot, like a Vegas, if you will. And I can't remember where I learned that from. But this is gonna be interesting.
But that's your model minority.
The model minority.
Ain't that crazy work? Hold on, here we go.
California woman has been sentenced
Degenerate.
to 3 years in prison for her role in birth tourism and a scheme for birth tourism. That's where she helped Chinese women travel to the United States to deliver their babies so that they would automatically become American citizens. Our next guest calls this, quote, a scam for American citizenship. Let's bring in Peter Schweitzer, president of the Government Accountability Institute and author of the book Invisible Coup. Peter, it's so great to have you on. Tell me more about how this scheme works.
Yeah, Rachel, what happened really beginning in 2011 and continuing to this day, the Chinese Communist Party has run articles in the People's Daily, other places, explaining to the Chinese elite that, hey, the American 14th Amendment says if your child is born in the United States, fly there, and your child can be a U.S. citizen. So this massive industry has evolved, primarily in California, also in China, where, people in China will pay $60,000 or so. They will fly to the United States, the pregnant mother. They will lie on their visa application. That's where these criminal charges come into place. They say, we're not going to have a child. We're just here as tourists. They give birth here. They're given the birth certificate. They fly back to China, where the child will be raised in China. The problem is, Rachel, that when they turn 18, that child will be a U.S. citizen, even though they grow up in communist China. It's a massive, massive industry.
So what can the U.S. government do about this?
It's a good question. There's not a lot. The Trump administration has done a fantastic job. This was not done, obviously, in the Biden administration or the Obama administration, of charging people with visa fraud. If you are coming to the United States and you're coming here with the intention of having a medical procedure like giving birth, you're required to disclose that on your visa. This industry says, don't disclose that. Tell them you're coming as a tourist. So you can do that. The key issue is going to be before the Supreme Court on birthright citizenship. And just to give you an idea of scale, Rachel, our federal government does not track this at all. We have no idea how many mothers from China have done this with their children. The Chinese government has looked at it, and they say it's been 100,000 a year for the past 13 years. So we're looking at more than 1 million U.S. citizens that are being raised in China. When they turn 18, Rachel, they're going to be able to vote, donate to political campaigns, and apply for government jobs in the United States.
Yeah, well, whatever Americans are assisting in this scam, shame on them. It's treasonous what they're doing. And I want to get to the next topic, but very quickly, because I think it's really important. Why are the Chinese doing this? Because President Trump has this eye on the Chinese. He's kicking them out of our hemisphere, but they're finding ways around. Why are the Chinese trying to do this? What is it part of?
Yeah, that's the really big question. We know a couple of things. Number one, the Chinese government is encouraging members of its elite. That means military officers, intelligence officers, propagandists. They've all done this. The Chinese government is encouraging them to do it. That's data point number one. The second point we have to realize is they did this in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong, at one point around 2010, almost half of the babies being born in Hong Kong were from mainland China. So they had to end the practice of birthright citizenship because they saw it for what it was, a subversive effort. And I think there's no other conclusion but that. This is a sophisticated form of weaponized immigration as a form of subversion by the Chinese government.
Absolutely. And they were involved with the Venezuelans and many of the cartels in the weaponized migration through our border. This is a way for them to attack us without going to war. They do it through migration and other means, fentanyl, et cetera. Great stuff, Peter. Let's move to this because you have a new book. It's called The Invisible Coup, which unveils potential national security implications that come with mass migration into the United States. I'm going to read an excerpt because I think this is really important. This one's about Mexico. Which is run by a communist who has very close ties with China and the CCP. That's Claudia Sheinbaum. Your book says Mexico has established a vast network of over 50 consulates in the United States that have become beacons for political activism and resisting assimilation. Mexico does not want young migrants in the United States to be loyal to the United States. It wants them instead to cling to Mexico's resentments about its northern neighbor. It accomplishes this by invading our classrooms. Local U.S. school administrators, either out of ignorance or sympathy for the cause, are happy to oblige. Talk to me more about this. This is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, the thing to understand here is that they have a massive resentment of the United States, and they speak openly about how mass migration is a means by which they are going to be exerting sovereignty inside the United States. They sometimes call it Reconquista. And this may seem like a really weird kind of fringe theory, except most of the Mexican political elite talk about it. I quote dozens of them in the book, but they've also, Rachel, set up an infrastructure. So China and the United Kingdom have 6 and 7 consulates in the United States. Mexico has 53. And as I lay out in the book, they are involved in political action, partisan political action. They are helping Democrats and fighting against Republicans getting elected. And the second thing they're doing is they are fueling the chaos in our streets. You have Mexican officials that were involved in organizing the LA riots. There's a consulate up in St. Paul, Minnesota, that is involved in organizing the anti-ICE protests. It's a massive, massive problem. We've clearly hit a nerve. The book is #1 on the New York Times list, and Claudia Sheinbaum was asked about the book yesterday in Mexico City, and she was not pleased to talk about it.
Of course she's not. And by the way, that's why you see all those Mexican flags at these riots and rallies that they have. And they don't need 52 or 53 consulates. They're our closest neighbor. This is something I hope Marco Rubio will look into. Clearly, you only need a few. And so here's, by the way, we got a response from the Mexican president, Sheinbaum, the communist who went to school in Berkeley. This is what she says. This is absolutely false. Consulates have a role determined by international laws. And what our consulates essentially do is provide protection and assistance to Mexicans in the United States. That is their job. It is fundamental. And that is what they are dedicated to do. Last word, Peter. Oh, he's gone. I'm sorry. We're going to have to end this here.
So just so you know, hold on, I ain't done yet. Let the Mexicans tell you. Hold on.
The best country in the world.
What is the what?
What is the best country in the world?
Mexico, definitely for sure, Mexico.
Mexico?
Mexico.
So why do you think these people don't want to go back?
I think it's because we sacrificed a lot to be here, and we all want people to come in the right way as well, but things are better over here in America, and they're gonna try their best to be here.
Well, you just said Mexico's the best country in the world.
It is, but I think that I'm sorry.
What is the best country in the world?
Now, hold on. Let's continue with China. Because back in the 80s, I think could be a little off there. Maybe late 70s. I think it was the 80s. Y'all let me know. Sister Ping. Sister Ping, widely known as a notorious Chinese human smuggler based in New York City's Chinatown, recognized as the mother of all snakeheads. Over 2 decades, she managed a massive underground network transporting thousands of undocumented Fujianese immigrants to the U.S. for high fees. I was right. The operation started in the early 80s. She charged immigrants up to $40,000 per person, often payable over time, to travel to New York City. She generated over $40 million. Legacy in Chinatown, the Fujianese community. She was viewed by many as a benefactor, a reliable community figure, and a saint to thousands who brought families together. That criminal operation from the U.S. government and the FBI viewed her as a ruthless crime figure who used gangs, the folk ching, to transport migrants in brutal conditions. After being on the run for years, she was arrested in 2000, convicted in 2005, and sentenced to 35 years in federal prison. She died of cancer in prison in 2014. She operated a legitimate but yet often shuttered restaurant at 47 East Broadway to run her operation, which dramatically altered the landscape of New York City's Chinatown. Chinatown! But what do we know? And when you read or listen, however way you choose to, the invisible coup, wait till you hear what Barack Obama was saying. And then you might want to go ram your head through the nearest wall you can find for voting for this sucker twice. I'm telling y'all this. So, Sister Brooke, Brother Devon, your thoughts on, Sister Ping, and this whole Chinese tourism.
So, yeah, I want to, and I'm glad you brought it back around to that because I wanted to put a segue on it because you had played a video also that I didn't get a chance to talk about when you played the Little Italy and Chinatown video when they talked about those two areas. And I want to bring it back to COVID because it's all connected, like it's manifest. And to play on that word again, this is what the manifestation of the anti-foundational Black American sentiments are. Because at every turn when they had the opportunity to not only give us what's owed, but to create a society where we have equal footing and we move forward as Americans, they weaponized immigration against us, not knowing that they were weaponizing immigration against themselves. Because when you're bringing all these people that have anti-American sentiments, that's just not anti-Black American. That's anti-you. That's anti-our institutions, anti-our way of life. And though we have many differences and reasons to put belt to ass to these quote-unquote white Americans for how they treat us as foundational Black Americans, at the end of the day, like Dr. King said, this is still our country, our house, with which we need to put the fires out that they are setting on fire because they would rather burn it all down than to see us get our just due. And we will have our just due. But in connection with the other video you played about Wuhan, that's where COVID came from. So the same city in China that produced COVID, this woman was mailing things over here. So who knows what that would have produced or what still can, because we don't know what the outcome of that investigation was. But I'm bringing that up because during COVID and the height of that Fugazi anti-Asian hate campaign, their advocates and Governor Hochul gave Chinatown $20 million because people were rightly identifying COVID as a disease that originated in China. And so it saw, and Trump, with all his comedy, rightly named it not only the Kung flu, but the Wuhan flu, because that's where it originated from. But because of that accurate depiction and description of where it was from, New York and its politicians and all its Asian representatives that people claim don't exist advocated that they were negatively affected more than any other demographic, even though by the numbers that was us. But obviously our representatives wasn't fighting for us to get any COVID relief money based on how it was affecting our communities and our health. Chinatown got $20 million. And Little Italy, which was right next door, came out vehemently during that time and said, wait, hold on. We're being negatively affected as well. Where is the money for our businesses that aren't getting anything? And no one came out and said they were xenophobic. Nobody came out and said that they were anti-Asian. They were rightfully stating that if this area, which is right next door, if you know the city and the layout, is getting this money for being negatively affected, then that means we are negatively affected as well, and we deserve money. And they fought that $20 million initiative, and then they had to then at a later point be added onto the people of eligibility to be able to apply for grants for that $20 million allotment that would have just went to the Asians alone had nobody said anything. So they delineated from them as fellow immigrants, as fellow business owners in the same area, essentially, and said, no, we need some of that money for ourselves as well. And nobody denigrated them or called them xenophobic. And so now that leads me to Miss Ping, because this is the same kind of connection that we drew from the other video you played last week when we talk about how their organized crime is able to flourish. But in addition to that, I want this to be known as well for us as we continue this foundational Black American Renaissance, because one of the critiques is the price of our goods. And so I was talking with Sister Brooke about the price per roll of Leafy. And I was like, you know what? Now I'm just going to bite the bullet and buy it. It's more healthy. They don't bleach the tissue. It's going to be a little bit extra, but I'm going to do it. And here's something that most of us miss when we talk about businesses. We start comparing them pound for pound. Because of the criminal element that the system allows these immigrants to get away with, whether they're model minorities or not. And as we see with Ms. Ping, because it said it changed the face of Chinatown. She ran this for 20 years. I need all of us to understand that in these immigrant businesses, they are employing slave labor. These people work somewhere when they're here paying off those debts. And it's usually for the business owners, and it's usually for free. Like no money is being exchanged. You're paying down your debt with labor. It's essentially slave indentured servitude. And so because they don't have to pay employees, now they can pass that savings on to you. Yay, capitalism. But in foundational Black American businesses, all of the overhead that will hit a business hits our businesses. And so that's something that we need to take into account as we continue to support each other and evaluate the cost of things. And I'm not saying if you don't have it, I get it. But we need to be fully aware of the costs that hit our businesses that never hit their businesses because of the indentured servitude that they have going on in their businesses. And I also want to take the time to talk about that lady that you just played that was on point. And shout out to Sister Farnessa who was doing her due diligence and made it known in the chat that same woman that was talking about reparations and how everybody else gets a check. She was the same woman on her TikTok, according to Sister Farnessa, that was angry and talking mess when Kamala didn't get elected. And so what we have to understand is that these people We understand performative blackness. We also got to understand those of us that have selective blackness. And what we're seeing by a lot of these Democrat shills is that all of a sudden they get real blackity black and stand on business when the person in office is not their favorite. But when their favorite is in office, all of a sudden, we just need to get them in. Don't be talking about tangibles or how everybody else gets a check and we don't. But as soon as it's somebody that they don't like, now it's time to stand on business and demand all the tangibles. And so she is a prime example of that. If the reporting from Sister Vanessa, which I trust, holds true. If you're going to try to hold Trump or Republicans accountable for reparations, you damn sure need to hold these Democrats accountable. And I'm going to land on this because it's something that you mentioned from the commission. Amsterdam News. I need y'all to understand, because again, this is not, I'm not trying to press anybody, but this is what the U.S. Freedom Project was working on for a really long time. The Amsterdam News, when they talk about reaching out to them, the U.S. Freedom Project did reach out to the Amsterdam News to talk about how unconstitutional that this reparations bill was. Guess what we were met with? Tethers that now run the Amsterdam News. Tethers and Pan-Africans. And they stopped taking out calls. They promised they would produce an article and write an article on what we're talking about because it is about the community. But as soon as those Tether and Pan-African paymasters got in their ears, it was radio silence. While all the while they was promoting this same bill that they said they knew was unconstitutional. So this is what we're talking about when it not only is it antiquated, a lot of our media is appropriated. And it's appropriated through cultural appropriation by these same tethers that don't want to see what we're talking about gain any traction. Because they understand once that happens, the gravy train stops. Why would we support Amsterdam News that doesn't have us centered and is talking about our political priorities? We wouldn't, and that's why they try to hold us off as best they can, so they can continue to do what they did to Essence and all the other traditionally foundational Black American media that we had in newspapers and print and stuff like that. And so I just want to make sure I let that be known about Amsterdam News and why this commission is probably looking to use them, because even though they have no viewership, they understand who that target audience is, and it ain't us.
Remind me to tell you when I see you what the Amsterdam News did to Automatics and UAM. Remind me to tell you that when I see you. But recently, former California councilman jailed after 70 voters found registered to his home. Your friendly East Indians. Come on, folks. Her fate. But what do we know? Remember, the great Barbara Jordan, and nobody listened to her. When Clinton put her on the immigration committee, he didn't expect for her to go as hard as she did. And understanding what the problems of immigration is. And I'm going to play this clip again, and I hope y'all get it.
We strongly denounce the hostility which seems to be developing around immigrants. That is not healthy. We cannot sustain ourselves as a nation if we condone divisiveness in this society of immigrants. At the same time, we disagree with those who label our efforts to control immigration as anti-immigrant. I believe quite firmly that we can quiet and dampen the flames which are surrounding public opinion where immigration is concerned, because people on both sides of this issue have engaged in too much hyperbole. We have got to put the matter of immigration back on a civil course. We have got to know that immigration really goes to the heart of who we are as a nation. If we are confident enough as Americans in our culture, we should welcome the legal immigrant. We should be able to accommodate diversity in our society. Are we strong enough to welcome those who ought to be in and retain a commitment to the rule of law by keeping those out who shouldn't get in? If we are to preserve our immigration tradition and our ability to say yes to the people who want to get in and seek entry, we've got to have the strength to say no to the people who are not supposed to get in. We need to make deportation a part of a credible immigration policy. As a nation committed to immigrants and the rule of law, we've got to do that balancing act. The most urgent immigration problem we face today is the unauthorized entry of hundreds of thousands of illegals. That undermines our commitment to legal immigration. Although the illegal alien may be generally law-abiding, and particularly in good economic times, maybe we need the illegals, their entry in violation of the law is a violation of our national interest. We believe a credible approach to immigration must be comprehensive. First, border management. We support a very simple view about border management: prevent illegal entries, facilitate legal ones. The second part of our strategy: work site enforcement.
I want to pause it there for a second. Vice President Kamala Harris, when she served, and let me just let y'all know this tidbit of information. The Vice President is the chair of the U.S. Senate. They are the Vice President is the deciding factor in any tie with the Senate. She was the border czar. She let that happen. She needs to be tried for treason. She willingly and knowingly broke the law, and she's the attorney. She broke the law. She also went against her chairmanship rule. That's what Robert Jordan is explaining here. That's what she's explaining to you here. Now I'm helping you connect the dots. Shout out to Brother Melrose in the chat. But the Vice President right now, J.D. Vance, is the chairman of the U.S. Senate. And people say, you know, the president can only serve 8 years. That is a lie. Y'all hearing it right here. That is a lie. Legally, there are 2 ways that a president can have 12 years. That is, if J.D. Vance runs for president of the United States and 2 things happen: he dies or resigns, and Trump is his VP, Trump is now president for a 3rd term. Legally. And some people saying that may happen, that JD may run and Trump is his vice president. Because there's a job that has to be finished. I don't care what all the muck and my. I am not pro-Republican or pro-Democrat. I'm pro truth. And right now, I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to pay taxes no more. I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of all these illegals and legals. I'm tired. It's too many. It's too many. The landscape of these cities have totally changed. Right now, the criminal element, and I'm using New York because this is where I live at. The criminal element are the children of immigrants. Right now, I think it was yesterday reported 3 Latino women robbing jewelry stores. Another Latino woman got shanked on the subway platform. Either an Arab or Latino dude pushing people on the subway tracks. Flash mobs in the Bronx that are going crazy, terrorizing the place.
And Brooklyn Bridge Park.
And you got the hats, who are the #1 welfare recipients in the state of New York outside of the Latinos. First the Latinos and they next. They next. You know, but this is what's happening. So, we want y'all to send these emails. Continue. Hold on. I think it started in the chat. I think I highlighted it. Send these emails. We need your help and your support. While we stomp the yard, send these emails. There are 5 of them. Sister Brooke made some changes. I don't know if you want to discuss these emails real quick, or should I come back?
Yeah, we could talk about the emails. Yes, please send these emails. I made a couple of changes, you know, just to make it a little bit easier on the eyes. So it's not all one color. So, you know, the first email is to demand that they take up the corrective legislation instead of that unconstitutional bill in which they're hearing, in which the Reparations Commission is founded on. And you can see, you could link those 2 bills there. You could read the unconstitutional bill. You could read the constitutionally sound bill, but send that email. So that's #1. And then number 2, 3, and 4 are regarding delineation disaggregation bill that President Devine wrote with us, our champion Assemblywoman Nikki Lucas, who we got a chance to see when we were up in Albany. She is so lovely. Love her so much. And make sure y'all support her. If you live in East New York, make sure you keep her in office, because she is the only one putting our issues on her back and taking up all the slack that she receives as a result. So we need to keep her in office and let other politicians know that if you don't do what we need you to do, we will get you out and put in Nikki Lucas in. Okay. And so we really need your help to make sure that you keep Nikki Lucas in order. Please, you know, follow her on all her social medias, and donate to her. Make sure we keep her, you know, her coffers filled so she could get elected. But yes, so the second email goes to the New York State Black Legislative Task Force, because they're the Black Legislative Task Force. And, you know, it's interesting that quite a few of them have been giving us pushback on this, even though they are the Black Legislative Task Force. It don't make no sense. It's because they're not a lot of them are not foundational Black Americans. And so it is very interesting when because we had a meeting with an Irish gentleman on Tuesday, and the Irish gentleman, he got it right away. You understand what I'm saying? We're not getting the pushback from the white staffers or the white legislators that we're getting from the Black ones, or the supposedly Black, the ones that are not FBA but have our melanated hue. So the Afro-Caribbeans or whatever else their backgrounds are. And so I think that's very interesting. But they work for us. Regardless, they work for us. So send them an email and let them know that they work for us. They need to do what we want them to do. The second email is going to go to the New York.
Quick pause. I want y'all to know that these emails are pre-written.
Yes.
They're already pre-written, so you don't have to figure out what you want to say.
Right.
Click and send. Of course, read it, but click and send. That's what you got to do, guys. Sister Brooke.
So yes, the third email is going to go to the New York State legislators that have already signed on to do this for the AAPI and the MENA group. And since they've already signed on to do it for them, they should do it for us. And the AAPI is the Asians. And because the Chinese want to be separated from the Thai, and the Thai want to be separated from the Japanese, and everybody probably wants to be separated from, what was her name? The lady who you just, everybody probably. Sister Ping, was that her name? Everybody want to be separated from Sister Ping, so that's why they want to delineate. They don't want to be known, in the same category with Sister Ping. So, because the Chinese regard her as a saint, and probably other people not so much. And so, and then the MENA group are the Muslims. The same. The mayor that we got right now. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about him in a minute. So, they wanted to separate from being white. You know what I'm saying, on the census, and so now. That is why they, are delineated. So please send it to so if those legislators did it for them, they understand the importance of delineation. They know exactly what it means. You shouldn't have to explain it to them, so they should do it for us too. Okay, we are the oldest demographic in the country, and so they need to do it for us too. Send it to Kathy Holcomb, aka Viola Swamp. And her stinking behind, you already see how racist she is. Let her know that we know already that she, that we knew already. And she knew already that the bill was unconstitutional, but she did it anyway. And she needs to go ahead and let us delineate, you know what I'm saying? As a, before she get up out of here, because she ain't coming back. And the fifth email is to, request that the commission get Andrew Barnes of Numbers USA to do a presentation on how immigration has hurt and continues to hurt foundational Black Americans. And we went into that in detail today. Then we also have, our pet project to unregister from the Democratic Party. It's not enough just to sit on the couch, because I know a lot of us did that. But you have to do more and unregister from the Democratic Party. Make their numbers go to zero, because you see how hard they're working to make sure that doesn't happen. Now, the last thing is, something that we kind of working on. So Ghana has plans to lay a wreath at the New York burial ground, at the African burial ground in Manhattan. And, at first, I'm not really with the protest, right? So the first time I heard this, I was just like, I'm not protesting about nothing, right? But then I thought about the history of Ghana and the fact that they have a history of doing voodoo rituals on our ancestors, the few ancestors that did come from Africa. And so knowing that, I feel that it's disingenuous for them to go to lay a wreath on our ancestors' graves, on our ancestors' bones, and whatever kind of rituals or whatever that they're trying to do, I'm trying to stop. Because they see the momentum that we have been getting. They see the ancestral cooperation that we've had from our ancestors on this land. They see that we are now calling the name of people, of our ancestors on this land that haven't been called out in hundreds of years. And they see the power that is giving us. They see the renaissance that we're in. They see, look at how they made that man just drop that information about Jemani Williams' wife in our lap. We didn't even ask for it. It just came to us. We wouldn't have known. Now I'm looking at Jemani Williams, but I don't follow him. And maybe I should. But I don't follow him. So I never saw that. So, we're starting to see, how the ancestors are working with us. And I believe that this ceremony is their attempt to stop that. And so, we're gonna stop them. We don't want their disrespect. We don't want their flowers. They could go to hell in a handbasket and with gasoline drawers on. And so, if you so inclined, come with us. We're gonna be there Tuesday, March 24th. We're gonna be there around 9:30, 10-ish. You know what I'm saying? Dress warm. You're not allowed to really burn things or whatever. But I've heard that you could bring a black candle that's encased in glass. You can't just bring like a loose one, like a birthday candle. You can't bring that. And then you could put 2 flowers per person, not like 2 bouquets, but 2 actual flowers. 1 flower, 2 flower, right? And so if you have any questions about, what we're doing, please contact BX the Gatekeeper on TikTok. She is the one who has galvanized us all together. And so the address is there, the train stations are there, everything is written there, and it'll be there until Tuesday. And then Tuesday, after everything is over, I will take it off. And so that is that, right? Do you want me to get into my last thoughts as well? Okay. The first time I even thought about birthright citizenship, right? Or the first time I heard of people abusing birthright citizenship, right, was from a Caribbean friend of mine. And she would host different family members and friends in an apartment building that her dad owned, right? And it's kind of like Airbnb before Airbnb. And I remember one time she had told me, yeah, girl, this lady, she came and she's very pregnant, ready to pop. And I told my dad that she had to get out of here. And I was like, well, why does she have to leave? She was like, because she's trying to have the baby here. And then once she have the baby, then she has to stay in the place where she came to. And she was like, and we're not going to deal with that because I already see the scam coming. So that is when I started getting turned on to the fact that people come here just to have their babies to become citizens. And so I want you to understand, like, from a citizen, I never had to think about things like that. So me hearing it from my Caribbean friend, so even the other Caribbeans don't want to be scammed by the birthright citizenship. You understand what I'm saying? So I just really wanted to emphasize, like, the first time I heard that and who was the one who told me about it, right? And so I also want to talk about something from the book. In the book, The Invisible Coup, they talked about how when these people have these anchor babies, yes, that's what they are, because it anchors you into the country. When these people have these anchor babies, they then, some of them will then claim to be a victim of the crime of a crime perpetrated by said anchor baby to become a citizen. Because if you say that you were the victim of a crime of a citizen of the United States, then they give you special privileges to stay. And so he went into detail about different people and different organizations that have been convicted of running this scam using their own children. How you throw your own children under the bus about, you know what I'm saying, and about being a victim of a crime? It's crazy, right? So the next thing I want to talk about is dual positions. They talked about how these people that have these positions in the government also have dual positions in Mexico. How is that even possible? How can you have a position of any type of influence in the United States and you are a citizen and hold a position of influence in another country? That shouldn't even be allowed off the rip. That's treason. How can you pledge allegiance to this country while you're pledging allegiance to another and then work for both? That don't make no sense. That's number 2. Then we're going to talk about Eric Adams and them cameras that President Devine talked about. This is part of the reason why I couldn't stand Eric Adams, okay? Eric Adams, during that time, not only did he do that, but I want to remind everybody that he stood with the Chinese community when Akai Gurley was shot. Okay, he stood with them at their podium with side by side, daggone their head, holding hands. Okay, he stood with them and gave them cover, which is why we must delineate, and gave them cover and talked about how we need to bring these two communities together. But when COVID happened, he gave them all that money to get cameras to watch us in Brooklyn, because at that time he was the borough president. Okay, so I have a problem with Eric Adams. He has always stood with the Chinese. Okay. Then I want to talk about Mondumi. Mondumi. And the fact that, you know what I'm saying, President Devine was talking about how these people have these negative viewpoints of America, how they hate America. And Mondumi is one of these people. It is clear to me. See, at the time when everything was happening, I wasn't too sure on what his goal was, but it is clear to me that his goal is to fail this city. It only takes a couple of days to see he is doing everything he is here to tear it up from the inside and to ruin it from the inside. Because as we sit here and see, he came with all these socialists, everything, blah, 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 blah. But then his very people, Muslim people, are sitting there throwing boom booms at him, or boom booms at other people that are protesting at his house. So the same people that he's sitting here trying to tell us that the whole reason why they wanted to delineate from being white, because they don't want to be viewed as the T word. They don't want to be viewed as the T word. They running around here. And I just want to point out that family, the people who threw that boom boom, they are well off. They got mansions in New Jersey. These are people that came over here broke. How did they get this money? How did they do this? And now they're not thankful for the money that they have. No, they are not. They're sitting here throwing boom booms at people. Okay. So, and then when President Devine was talking about the Wuhan flu and how they came over here, I want to remind people of the videos that we saw of the Chinese people spitting on elevator buttons, spitting on laptop keys at Walmart. They was out here. That is biological warfare. They were sitting there getting everybody sick. And see, I was really, really watching China at the time because they had those protests happening. See, what people don't understand is that China released that flu to stop those protests. And then they allowed it to come over here. And President Trump, and that is when my vision of President Trump started changing. I started seeing that some of the stuff he was saying, even though he sounds crazy as hell and it's funny as hell, but he telling the truth. And that's when I started realizing he was telling the truth, because he was like, oh, and they were sitting there talking about, oh, he's so bad for calling it the Kung Fu flu and the China virus. But that's what it is. And then now they want to come out. Now all the things have come out and said that he was telling the truth. But they don't want to talk about that, including about the ivermectin, when they call him crazy as hell. All right. And I'm not telling you to be a Republican or nothing like that. I'm just saying some of the things he says, it sounds crazy at first, but when you look into it, it be true. Okay. When President
what he said about black jobs.
That too. Well, you could read about that in Back of the Harbor Line by Roy Beck, and that's before President Trump said that. So it seems to me he reads a lot, contrary to what people believe. When President Devine was talking about nail shop prices, when he was talking about prices of goods, I was keenly made aware of that during the nail shop protest that, you know what I'm saying, I took part in, or I started. And, realizing and learning that a lot of the reason, because they have slave labor in those nail shops. And then how we talked about, I think it was last week, when we showed that how they were bringing in slaves to work in the braiding shops. They're doing the same thing at the nail shop, honey. Okay. And that's why the prices are the way they are. That's why they can have 20 people working in the nail shop, and you can come in there at any time, day or night, as long as they open, and get your nails done by anybody. But you have to make an appointment with the black girl, because she can't afford slave labor. She got to pay people a livable wage, and she can't afford to do that. Nor can she have fake products coming over from China that is harmful to your health. A lot of these black nail techs will never do nothing like that, because they doing their own nails. So they're not going to do harm. They're not going to use harmful products on you, because they're using the same products on themselves. Okay, because they like their nails done too. Okay. I also wanted to talk about right after the nail shop thing and COVID, how there was an abundance. I noticed that the nail shop started closing down after, what we were able to accomplish. And I noticed that, because I like seafood, and all the good Black seafood. Now, I don't even just mean Black, just good seafood, good clean seafood, because it was some other people too. I can't remember what their lineage was, but there was some other people with some seafood, and that seafood, like steamed seafood with a lot of butter on it, you know what I'm saying, with the vegetables and stuff like that. You can't even find those places anymore, right? All of a sudden, all of those closed down. And then you know what started popping up? These Chinese-owned seafood boils everywhere on every corner, especially in these Flatbush. They was like everywhere, and the food was mad cheap. Why I refuse to eat from those places? Because I see how they make fake fish in China, serving it to their own people. I know daggone well you can't give me crab legs and salmon and shrimp for $10. That don't make no daggone sense. Anyway, but y'all was eating it up, wasn't you? I saw y'all. Y'all was eating it up. And that's a part of the reason why I don't eat a lot of fish right now, even though it is healthier for you. But they the ones that own the fish shops in Brooklyn. They the one that own the fish markets. I don't mess with them and food. And I wanted to talk about, how's that socialist communism treating y'all? Oh, y'all thought that Monzumi was going to do something different. Oh, y'all thought because he told you he was going to do free buses and he was going to give you this and he was going to give you that. And like President Devon says, Eric Adams said, somebody got to pay for it. And it's going to be you. You going to pay through your taxes. You going to pay for it through this. And then, unfortunately, me too. Because you made a dumbass decision. And that's why when President Vine talks about, he quotes Martin Luther King all the time, we are the firefighters, because y'all so dumb, y'all let everything catch on fire like a $2 hole, and we got to come behind you with the penicillin. Now, the last thing, when we talked about the small hats and them stealing Social Security money and everything else and all the social services and all that kind of stuff, I wanted to remind people that there was an article in the New York Times talking about how they were forcing their parents at the yeshivas to say that their children had IEPs so they could get more money per child at the school. Look that up. And I'm done. Have a good day. And send them emails. bit.ly/BREUCK call to action. Thank you very much.
Man, better cook your own seafood. You know, like my grandson say, grandma shrimp is so good. It's just crispy and juicy. You better know how to cook, goddarn it. Sister Marcia, your final thoughts and commentary.
Thank you for another powerful show. Family, I apologize. My camera, I don't know what's going on with this computer, but any which way, I've been here on the background, chit-chatting away with the family in the background. So I've been here, I've been doing my due diligence, and all I can say is that, you know, there have been plenty of times that I've been in proximity of things without knowing the things are happening, right? So when we talk about the Asian lady who was creating these birthright babies, right? I went to a lot of CUNY schools getting my education, accomplishing my education. And during those times, a lot of the classes that I was in, there were very few people that look like me, but a lot of people that look like them in those classes. And those young ladies would be big bellied up, trying to make money for this industry that was being created. So it was very interesting to me. And one time they was like, you know, you could make at least $25,000. And, you know, in the early 2000s, $25,000 sounds good. But I was like, no, thanks. No, thanks. I already have a child at home and I don't want no one else. And I didn't care to figure out what the responsibilities of that was. But that $25K sounded good. And those people were doing that. In terms of my guy, Jamani, or who you call TikToky, All I will know is that I had the privilege at a particular time when they wanted more people to be part of the political landscape in Southeast Queens, to be in environments where he was around. This is, I think, when he was first becoming elected. And there was a man named Archie Spengler, a Southern man and a very popular man in Southeast Queens political arena. And anyone who is about being politically astute, you should look him up. You should understand what he stood for and how he really worked against the Black community for being a Black man. And so, like we were saying, he was never one with a verbal tick, right? He never did those things. And to sit there and cover those other people is disgusting. And I know a lot of first generation people. I am from a first generation group of people, and I know how they cover people because they feel like they don't have an identity. This is why I'm a lone soldier, because I understand that I'm not part of this group and I'm not part of that group, and I'm not going to do anything to break down someone else's success. I want to succeed, and I want my brothers and sisters to succeed as well, not tear anybody down. And I hate when I see my fellow first generations always out for their own pockets and not out for creating their own stand because they're afraid to being who they are and whose they are, because they don't think they belong to anybody. I belong to the universe. I am the child of the universe. The universe is going to have its little half birthday come tomorrow. Spring equinox, give the universe its blessings. If you have seeds, go out there and plant something, give back to the universe, because the universe gives us a lot and we have to give back. So with all of that said, plant your seeds, drink your water, take your walks, workout, bike rides, whatever you got to do that. And if time may not flourish for you and your family, make it flourish. Fight with time, because time is all we. Much love to everyone. Keep the good fight. I'm here for you. I'm a supporter. Thank you, Sister Keisha, Sister Brooke, Brother D, President D. Let me get that right. President Divine and Brother Black. Be well all. See y'all next week.
Brother Black, your final thoughts and commentary.
Oh, Brooke made it hard. Sister Marcia made it harder. I'm glad I don't have to go on after Brother Divine tonight. He would have beat me up tonight. Peace, Brother Divine. Oh, another great show. Again, I love listening. I learned so much. And, I feel like I'm in some of the places that, you guys have been to that I've never been to, just from the experiences, and appreciate it all. I don't want to spoil it by saying anything crazy. So I'm going to just say that I love y'all and that we're going to be all right. Just keep doing what you're doing. If you know you're fighting a good fight, let's do this again on the bridge. Nizek Wizzy. And I see y'all then. Peace and love to the panel. Peace and love to those watching, and peace to those who will watch this in the immediate and near future. With that said, peace and love. Sister Keisha, back to you.
Brother Divine, U.S. Freeman Project President, your final thoughts and commentary.
All right. I'm gonna be brief since we are way over time. I know I try to, I always say I'm gonna be brief and then I'm not, but I am gonna be brief today. So I wanted to read something to the family before I get into my thing. This is the population statistics from 1870. The total population was just over 38.5 million. There were 33.5 million citizens categorized as white, and there were 4.8 million categorized as Black. American Indian, Eskimo, and Inuit was 25,000, and the AAPI had 63,000. That is the demographics, or those are the demographics for the population in 1870. We also know that when we went and had to debunk and tear down the Prince of Pan Pizza and Pan-Africanism and his DAFA movement, we also know that was a cited source that in 1910, 99% of all the Black people in the U.S. were native born. So that's foundational Black Americans. So what am I talking about? Why am I even bringing this up? Because we're talking about the 14th Amendment, and whether it be on TikTok, X, or other social medias, or even in real life, what we found is that there is an immigrant-led narrative that the 14th Amendment was for everybody. And that's why it should continue to be for everybody. Illegal or legal be damned. And so I want to make sure that we blow up that myth with facts tonight, once and for all, so that when whatever happens on April 1st, I know they're going to start the arguments, but whatever happens from that court case, when what happened should happen, and it's only for those of us who had ancestors enslaved and emancipated, we know the facts behind it. So if those are the numbers in 1870, the 14th Amendment gets passed in 1868. So it's only for those who are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. I also want to read that because that is something that has been getting misconstrued and twisted up by those pro-immigration activists and the tethers specifically. The phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof means being under the legal authority and laws of a governing body such as the United States and owing allegiance to it while being entitled to its protection. And so from 1868 to 1898, all of the freedmen, the foundational Black Americans that were formerly enslaved and emancipated, and their progeny received citizenship from 1868 to 1898 without incident or challenge to the Supreme Court. It's not until you get to 1898 to where you get the Wong Kim case, where it was an illegal alien couple, undocumented, if you will, that tried to claim that their child, Wong Kim, should be a citizen based on the 14th Amendment. So I want you guys to understand this, because if it was for everybody, then that case would have never went to the Supreme Court, because Wong Kim would have just automatically been a citizen. And from 1868 to 1898, none of the foundational Black Americans that became citizens was ever challenged, because that's who it was meant for. And so in 1898, I've heard some people have said, oh, this is the defining case. This is the case that defines the 14th Amendment. No, that case of Wong Kim redefined the 14th Amendment, which is what they're going to interpret on April 1st or start the case. Because that is when, for the first time, it took an outside demographic, someone that wasn't in the country in any large numbers, and said, no, the 14th Amendment does apply to them. And because of that case is the reason why it has been abused by those it was never meant for up until present day. And just another tidbit of information on the reason why we know that the 14th Amendment wasn't for everybody that was in the U.S. at the time is because the Native Americans and their tribes didn't receive citizenship until 1924. So not even the redefinition of the case in 1898 included them. I need us to get this, because this is the lie that unfortunately has been perpetrated largely by the Democrat Party for all the reasons we laid out in this live today. They have abused this 14th Amendment, not to go too far down the road. It's the same thing they did with Roe v. Wade and abortion. They took something that the Supreme Court said we should never have jurisdiction over, and they tied it to amendments loosely, the same way they tied Wong Kim loosely to the 14th Amendment. And so when that got overturned, it wasn't saying abortion is illegal. It was the federal government saying, you know what, we should not decide yay or nay on this particular topic because it has no framing within the Constitution. The states have to decide what happens and what doesn't happen between that. And then they can decide whether something is legal or illegal. And whether you like it or not, that is what that case was about. Not saying abortion was illegal or legal. It was saying we don't have jurisdiction over that. The states should. And so these are just some of the things that the Democrats and the shills have lied to us about and or twist up the words so that we can get confused. And like Sister Keisha said earlier, they're hoping you don't go read. Because once you go read, then you know everything that I'm saying is true and exact because you can read it for yourself. And so come April 1st, when this case gets opened up and the way in which Trump is looking for them to interpret the law, if it goes the way it was meant to be, when the 14th Amendment was pushed by William Nesbitt and the radical Republicans to codify, not give us citizenship, but to codify the citizenship of foundational Black Americans who were citizens from day one, because we were already voting in colonies and states that helped ratify the Constitution. And you couldn't vote or own land if you wasn't a citizen. So we were already citizens. It wasn't the U.S. government. It was the system of white supremacy that told us through that Dred Scott decision that we didn't have, not that we didn't have the rights. I want y'all to be clear on this wording too. They didn't say we didn't have rights. They said we don't have rights that a white man is bound to respect. If that's not some white supremacy semantic, I don't know what is. And so that was what it is. But I want you to also understand this, that even after that Dred Scott decision, there were still foundational Black American landowners. There were still foundational Black Americans that was exercising their civic duty and voting and or implementing voter registration drives and campaigns. So I just want us to understand exactly what we were up against, what we were going through, and why knowing this history is so important. Because if you listen to the tethers and the Democrat shills, they will tell you that we were never citizens. The 14th Amendment gave us citizenship, and that after 1857, none of us were citizens, and none of that is the case. That's what the struggle was about this whole time, to make sure we get our birthright and our citizenship codified so that the system of white supremacy cannot weaponize the government against our people group. And obviously that fight still continues. But this landmark case, don't let any Democrat convince you that we are supposed to carry the water for those that want to have anchor babies that then come in and jeopardize, nullify, and dilute our political power, with which we need every bit of it, because nothing has ever been done in this country that we have not made them do. The beautiful thing about it is that we've made them do a lot. And there is a lot more that this Renaissance is going to make them do before it's all said and done. And I land there. Thank you.
Man, he went right into the PowerPoint we're going to have next week, breaking down the legal definitions of everything that Brother Devon just laid out for you. We're going to break it down from Dred Scott to Vaughn Kim. We're going to break it all down. So get ready. Now, got a little sad news for Brother Devon. Tonight, we're going to close out with a different song. Shout out to Brother Coolwater and Sister Ish. We got a different jam tonight we're going to close out with. And y'all enjoy the rest of your week. Stay safe.
Wait. Hold on. I want to give a shout out to Terrell Evans for sending them emails. He requested a shout out in the chat, and I just want to make sure he get that. All right, Terrell. So you got your shout out. Thank you so much for sending those emails. Make sure you be a missionary with those emails and get your friends and family to send it out too. Okay, thank you. Love you, hon. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. He's also a sponsor of Thorough Black Talk World View. Shout out to Brother Terrell. Glad you black with us on the BK Bridge. Nice to see you again, brother. So tonight, We'll close out with the words of our brother Afro Elite. And I'll see y'all next week right here. Tell somebody to tell somebody. It goes down on the Brooklyn Bridge. Stay safe and dangerous at the same time. We out, y'all.
So many times people can cross you before you have a permanent different view of that person. And that's where we're at now. We were very optimistic of African and Caribbean immigrants, okay? And that behavior has gone on, not one time, not two times, not three times. It's going on for years and years, and it was not checked. And it wasn't checked up until the point where Foundational Black Americans said, hey, man, in order for us to move forward, we're going to have to start checking that, because they're not doing that. They're not checking their folk. Okay, they're not pulling their folk to the side and creating a standard of behavior, a standard of respect. We're not getting any type of respect. We keep getting disrespected. We keep getting sabotaged. We keep getting undermined. We can't have this anymore. At this point, the perception has permanently been altered. Okay, the way Foundation Black Americans are going to interact with you guys will never be the same. Okay, it's never going to be how it was before. It's never going to be that. We're never going to go back to that super optimistic, friendly, welcoming, helpful. That's never going to happen. We're never going to go back to prioritizing our lineage to now prioritizing other people's lineage in front of our own. We're never going to go back to that. That's over with. It will never go back to that. So when people ask, when is this FBA stuff? When is that gonna end? When is all that stuff gonna end? It's never gonna end. It's never gonna end. There needs to be a new operating standard. Okay? The problem before, which is what led to what we have right now, is that there's not been a legitimate, respectful operating standard. Okay? Because we have made positive assumptions about you guys. We have not held you guys to a certain standard because we assumed y'all would just do right. Oh, y'all know better. Y'all would just do right. We're all black. Y'all just do right. No. So because we know now that we just can't leave it to you guys' own devices, we can't leave it to you guys to just do right by yourselves. Now there needs to be a different operating thing. Now you all need to come over here and you guys need to show respect in that alone. Okay, that's it. And then our interactions can be positive. We're not gonna all see each other as the same. It's not gonna go back that far. There's some things that will never go back. It doesn't have to be a hostile relationship. No, it don't gotta be that, because we're not hostile people. That's not our culture. It's only so many times people can cross you before you have a permanent different view of that person. And that's where we're at now.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful. A slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show The visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style with disgusting is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full,
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
you don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your goodies, I can just lay on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your goodies, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you, this soil is sacred.
We said what we said,
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away.